Welcome to this free Blender Beginners course. During this 4-hour tutorial, you will be learning all the basics of Blender. If you would like to learn everything about this program and design 3D characters and environments like a pro, head to skilledemia.com and get access to the full course.
Hello and welcome to the Blender Basics course. My name is Emily and I'm going to be your instructor for the course. A little bit about myself. I am a 3D artist from California. I received my master's in game development with a concentration in environment modeling from the Academy of Art University in San Francisco. However, my Blender journey actually began many years before that. I began learning 3D art using Blender in 2014 and have been hooked ever since. My focus has primarily been on creating environments and assets for games, but I have dabbled in just about every area of CG art from animation to ZBrush, and I have yet to find a program as versatile, powerful, and affordable as Blender. In this course, we're going to start from the ground up and cover what you need to know as an absolute beginner in order to get going making your own models that can be used in games, animations, 3D printing, and much more. We'll be covering a lot in this course, including getting started in Blender, mesh modeling, sculpting, materials and textures, basic animation, and rendering. I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to share my passion with you, and I will show you everything you need to know to get started. And although it may seem daunting at times, stick with it, and I promise you'll be making incredible models in no time. All right, let's get started. So obviously, the first thing we need to do to start using Blender is to download the program. If you already have Blender installed on your computer, you can go ahead and skip this part, but just know that for the purposes of this course, we will be using Blender 3.0. For the basics, it's okay if you're using an older version, as none of the basic functions of Blender have changed, but there may be some pretty big user interface differences, especially if you're using Blender 2.7.9 or earlier, so I don't really recommend using anything earlier than 2.8. So with all that said, all you need to do is open up the browser of your choice and navigate to blender.org. Once there, you will be met with this splash screen, and all you have to do is click here where it says download Blender. Now I'm using a Windows here, but Blender also runs on Mac. For the purposes of this course, I am only going to be demonstrating on Windows. So if you are using a Mac, just be cognizant of the shortcut differences. But it should be pretty much the same, just, using the command key instead of control and all that stuff that you're probably already used to. Okay, yeah, so just hit download for whatever system you are using. Give it a minute to finish downloading, and once it's done, open the file. It may take a second to compute space requirements. If you get a notice right here saying so, no worries, just let it do its thing. Once it's done, hit next. You'll get the EULA. Blender is a totally free and open source program, meaning that anyone can contribute to the development of it, but there's no company profiting from its sale or use. If you want to know more about that, you can read this, obviously. And there's also an About section on the official Blender website up here that can tell you more if you're interested in how it works. Anyway, accept the license agreement, hit next, and it will take you to this screen, which shows you how and where it's going to write files onto your machine. This will be the location it's installed in. I recommend just leaving it at the default unless you have some very specific reason you want it to be in a different location. I'd suggest you just leave it here and you hit next. And just last page here, go ahead and hit install and wait for that. All right, go ahead and click finish. And there should be a desktop on your a shortcut on your desktop, and it opened on my other screen. Drag that over. You'll be met with something along these lines. I just want to make a quick note before we wrap up the installation video on versions. So like I said, we're using Blender 3.0, 3.0.1 actually. But if for some reason you want or need an older version, those are available to you too. When you go to blender.org, you can navigate to the Downloads tab right here. And up in this top bar, you'll see something that says Previous Versions. Now you'll get this blurb here about how Blender had a major update between 2.7 and 2.8, and with that came a lot of UI changes. So 2.8 is pretty radically different from 2.79, which is why I don't recommend using it, as it won't match really the interface that we're using for this course. But if for whatever reason you wanted 2.79, you can get the official Blender 2.79b release by just clicking here. And it will take you to this sort of scary page, but don't panic. It is just a list of 2.79 versions, 2.79, 2.79a and b, and then for all the different operating systems that Blender can run on. You would just go here and find your operating system and click that to download and follow the same download instructions as we did. If for some reason you wanted an even earlier version, those are also available. Back on this previous versions page, you just go down here where it says download every version of Blender. Same thing, and they have every version of Blender available from 1.0 all the way to 3.0, which we will be using. You can select any of these and download them if you wanted to. But like I said, we will be using Blender 3.0, which is at the time of this recording, the most recent version of Blender. So once Blender is installed, it should have made a desktop shortcut, but either way, open the program. In the next video, we are going to actually start using Blender. So now that we have the program installed, we do unfortunately need to talk a little bit about settings before we dive in. I'll try to be as quick as I can here, and hopefully this will be the driest part of the course. So if you take a look here at my screen, you'll no doubt notice that yours does not look exactly the same. That's okay. This is just because I had Blender installed on this machine previously, and somewhere buried in some deep folder somewhere, it remembers my settings. After we do this first time setup, you'll get this screen every time you open Blender, but for the first time, you'll get something that looks like, not that, this. And I apologize for not having a live version of this, but I had to install it onto another computer to get this screen to pop up again. So we have to work with the screenshot, but it's really simple and it shouldn't be a problem. Okay. This is the quick setup screen. Now, if you had a previous version of Blender installed onto the same machine, as of the 3.0 update, you can come down here where it says load 2.93 settings and click that, and it will load all of your preferences from the previous version, presuming you wish to keep them the same. But for the purposes of this course, I'm assuming that this is your first time ever downloading or using Blender, so we're just going to do the quick setup from scratch. For language, we're going to leave it at English. For shortcuts, you want to keep them on Blender. I know Blender has enabled support for people that are switching from another program like Maya, so they don't have to learn new keybinds, which, believe me, can be really difficult. I don't believe that Maya has any support for quickly enabling Blender shortcuts. And in fact, last time I tried to manually set up Blender style shortcuts in Maya, I was unable to because they do not allow certain functions to be rebound to different keys than the default. Which is another good thing about open source software like Blender, is that it tends to be a lot more configurable than company supported software. However, the trade-off for that is often that open source software is slightly less user-friendly. But as I mentioned in the last video, Blender had a major update a few years ago, and now it is much more user-friendly than it used to be. But I digress. I am assuming that someone taking this course is not coming from another 3D modeling program, but is doing this for the first time. So we're going to keep the default Blender shortcuts. Next up is select with. Now, this is referring to when you want to select something, whether you use the left or right mouse button, which seems probably a little strange. Like, why would you want to select with the right mouse button? But actually, it used to be the default in Blender back in maybe the 2.4, 2.5 days. I don't really know why they went with that at the time. And to change it, it wasn't something that popped up all nice on the opening screen like this. You sort of had to navigate down several submenus to find it. But, maybe you learned to use Blender a long time ago and we're used to the right-click select. So if that's the case, they would still have that option here for you. But luckily, Blender now defaults to select with the left click. So we're just going to leave it here at left. Okay, so the next setting is what function do we want to have bound to the space bar on our keyboard? Now it defaults to play, which is geared toward an animation setup, but I actually find it more useful to bind it to search because oftentimes you'll need to use a really specific operation that Blender has, but maybe it's not one you use over and over, so you'll forget what menu it's under. Or, and this has happened to me quite a number of times, you'll need to use an operation and you did know where it was located, but you updated Blender to a new version and they moved some of the menus and things around. In this case, it is extremely helpful to be able to just hit the space bar and search for the function you need. So here where it says spacebar, go ahead and make sure that you click search. Theme. Now, this is really up to you. It's purely cosmetic. All it will do is change the color of things like the background, the menus, and outlines. I personally use Blender Minimal Dark because I find that I spend many hours a day staring at the screen using Blender, and I find that the brighter themes make my eyes start to hurt more quickly. Plus, darker programs, because they are emitting less light from your monitor, use less power, or so I've been told. So you can play around with these, pick your theme, and don't stress too much. You can change it later if you want. So once you have all that set up, you're going to click down here where it says Save New Settings. So there's just a couple more things that we need to go over regarding settings and preferences before we can really get started. So the first thing I want to discuss is the mouse and keyboard setup. Now, in order to use Blender or really any other 3D software, you do need to have a 3-button mouse. And just to clarify what I mean by that, a 3-button mouse is a mouse that has the left click, the right click, and the middle mouse scroll wheel. The middle scroll wheel is really important, and navigating around in 3D space really hinges on your ability to use this button. So if you don't have a 3-button mouse, get one. They're about $15 on Amazon. It doesn't have to be fancy. It just has to have this middle scroll wheel. If for whatever reason you absolutely cannot use a 3-button mouse, Blender still has your back. If you go under Edit, Preferences, and into Input here, there's an option that says Emulate 3-button mouse. Enabling this will allow you to use the same functions that the scroll wheel provides by holding Alt and using the left mouse click. This might be an option for you if you're using something like a trackpad. You can still simulate that. I actually first learned Blender on a 2011 MacBook Pro using only my trackpad because that was all I had, but I really don't recommend it because it's just much more difficult to use with a trackpad, and laptops in general just aren't powerful enough to run programs like this at a high level. You can get by in the beginning for sure on a laptop, and if you are just kind of trying this out to see if you like it and all you have is a laptop, you will be totally fine in the beginning. But there comes a point pretty early on, really, where you will hit a performance wall and you will be trying to model something that is too complex for the machine, and you'll get frame drops and lags that really make the program unusable. But cross that bridge if and when you come to it. So the next bit of settings I want to discuss is the numpad. And the numpad here is pretty critical in Blender, as we're going to see more in future videos. But if your keyboard doesn't have one and all you have is these numbers across the top of the letters here, that's still okay. Just make sure that in that same input preferences window, you're going to want to click Emulate Numpad here at the top. This will rebind all those functions that are normally on the numpad to that top row of number keys. You'll notice that Emulate Numpad is already on for me because my keyboard does not have a numpad. Any of these keybinds can be changed by navigating to the Key Map tab under the Preferences window, selecting the category, and simply changing the binding there. You can also search for the function by name or by the key that it is currently bound to and change it that way. We're not going to be changing any of these. We're just going to leave them all at the default. I just wanted to show you where you could do that if you needed to. The last thing I wanted to discuss are add-ons. Add-ons are essentially plugins for Blender that can extend the program's functionality. Blender comes with a whole slew of add-ons that are installed into the program but not enabled by default. You can find these add-ons from this window, opening that Preferences window again, which is Edit, Preferences, and coming over here to the side and clicking Add-ons. So all of these add-ons are the ones that come with Blender. To enable any of these add-ons, all you have to do is click the checkmark next to it, and to disable, unclick, obviously. A lot of these are enabled by default, such as these import-export options. For example, this import-export FBX format is there by default, and this allows you to export your models into this file format, which is standard for sharing across other programs, such as Unreal Engine, Unity, that sort of thing. Any of these add-ons that are enabled to begin with, I would leave on. Because if you disable something by default, down the line, maybe you're trying to, for example, export an FBX, and the menu option just won't be there. And when you Google it, you probably won't find very many answers because nobody has really had this problem because it's on by default. But in addition to the ones that are on by default, there's a few that I highly recommend you enable. The first is Mesh Loop Tools. And the second, just down below it, is Node Wrangler. We're going to cover more what these do in future videos. For now, just make sure that these checkboxes are enabled. The last one that we're probably going to use in this course is UV Text Tools. But this one does not come packaged with Blender. We're going to have to download it, but it's going to be really simple. We won't be using it right away, but we will eventually, and we're going to want some more tools when we come to the texture portion of the course. And this is a good way to demonstrate just how to add plugins that are not included with Blender. As I mentioned in the previous video, Blender is open source, which means, among other things, that anyone is able to write plugins for it. The code is not proprietary, so no company controls what plugins are written for it. There are a lot of really great plugins available online that extend Blender's functionality in some pretty substantial ways. That being said, of course, because it's totally open, there's no real support or help desk of any kind should you have an issue with one of these outside plugins. And as always, be careful of what you download off of the internet. Make sure the source is legitimate etc. So in order to get this Text Tools add-on, we're going to open a browser and we're just going to Google Blender Text Tools. Now the first thing that's going to show up should be this GitHub page. And we're going to go in here. And what GitHub is, if you've never seen it before, is basically it's just an online location where people can upload source code for applications and plugins such as this one. You don't need to log in or sign up or anything to access these files, so don't worry about that. So when you click inside, you'll see this page. And you can scroll all the way down to the bottom. And there's a little README file, which just explains a little bit more about the functionality of Text Tools. So read that if you like. But for now, let's go back up. And we're going to go on the side here where it says releases. Underneath that, there's a link that says Text Tools 1.4.4. Now, depending on when you are watching this version may be different, but that's okay. Just click whatever version says latest. So it'll bring you to this page, and this is just basically a list of everything that's been updated since the last version of Text Tools. So scroll down to the bottom here where it says assets. And we're just going to download this zip file. Give it a second to download. And once it's downloaded, we want to go to the file location. For me, because I'm using Google Chrome, I can just right click and hit show in folder. You can see I've already downloaded it before. So I was testing this out. So once you have found the file, we are actually not going to unzip this. Now, it's up to you whether or not you want to make a designated spot to keep your Blender plugins. You can certainly leave it in the downloads folder if you wish, because once Blender has a copy of these files, we won't need this zip file anymore. You could delete it and the plugin would still work. However, if you ever need to reinstall Blender for whatever reason, you would need to locate these original files again and re-download them if they were deleted, which wouldn't necessarily be a problem, but there is just no guarantee that the author of the plugin won't have taken them down, which would leave you without access to those plugins. And plus, it's just faster if you have them already. So I believe as of Blender 3.0, you do not have to reinstall add-ons when you update, but I could be misremembering that. Either way, I think it's just good practice to keep this zip file somewhere where you can easily find it again should something go wrong. So for my setup, I went into the Blender install location, which for me, let's see, program files, Blender Foundation. This is where you'll have any and all versions, as well as settings and some other supplementary files for Blender. Now, I added this new folder outside of the Blender version folder, and I called it add-ons. This is basically just a repository of backups of all the plugins and things that I have downloaded. You can obviously put this folder wherever you wish, just as long as you know where it is. So, back in Blender, all you have to do to get any downloaded add-on working is in the same preferences window we were just in, go to add-ons, and up at the top, there's this install button. Click that, and it's going to bring up this file browser. So now we just need to navigate to where that zip folder is. And if you have it up here in your file browser still, I quickly navigate back to it. You can just click on this, right click, copy, And then in the location bar on the Blender file browser, click Control V, paste, hit enter, and it will bring you right there. So now all we have to do is just select the add-on, the .zip file, and hit install. You'll get a little message down here saying that's been successfully installed. And now what we want to do is just scroll and just make sure that it's enabled. So check that box if it's not already ticked. Now, like I said, we won't be using this right away, but we're going to be using it in a future video. And I just wanted to show you how to add additional add-ons into Blender. So now that we have the program up and running, we have all of our preferences set, we're ready to jump in. And in the next video, we're going to be doing that. Now that we have all the setup complete, we are ready to go in and start looking at the program. So every time you start up Blender, you'll get this little splash screen. And if you've ever used Photoshop or something like that, you'll be familiar with this sort of startup file creator. Basically, all it is this left side is how you create a new file, and the right side will have any recently opened files that you may have. Creating a new file, you'll have to do so from a template. I always choose General because it will have every workspace that we need loaded into it by default. And we'll cover what workspaces are in just a moment here. So you can create a new file from some of these templates if you want to check them out. Or if you just click off of the splash window, Blender already has a new General Blender file loaded up. Now, I know the UI can be a bit overwhelming if you're not used to it. Blender is a program that has a lot of capabilities. So along with that comes sort of a busy screen. Don't freak out though. We won't be using all of this right away. This is, after all, a basics course. Now, I'm going to go over this interface a bit quickly as an overview at first, and we'll come back and revisit these tabs in more detail when it's more relevant. This will just be to familiarize yourself with some of these menus and things. To truly understand what is happening on screen here, we actually need to know a little bit of math. Don't be afraid, I'm going to keep this all very high level concept stuff. So let's break this down a little. Blender is a 3D modeling software. I kind of hope that if you're this far into the course, you already know that. But what does that mean? So we all know that we perceive reality in the third dimension, which means that any object in the universe can have its position be described mathematically using a set of coordinates using an X, Y, and Z axis. In Blender, X represents where the object is in the left and right direction, Y represents the forward and back direction, and Z represents the up and down direction, which we can see here drawn as the red, green, and blue lines. So what is 3D as it relates to CG? The things we make in Blender, although they are 3D, they still need to be rendered or drawn onto a 2D screen in order for us to visualize it on our monitor here. So what a 3D modeling software does is it gives us the ability to create digital 3D objects that can be rendered onto a 2D screen in a way that allows us to perceive them as 3D by using the principles of perspective. And yes, I mean this perspective that we were all taught in an opening art class, which I'm not going to be covering in this because this is a Blender course, not an art fundamentals course. There are tons of great free resources online. If you do want to know more about perspective theory, just Google perspective drawing. So getting back to Blender, this main window here is called the 3D viewport, which is exactly what it sounds like. It is a 3D view of the objects in our scene. The scene is simply how we describe the container for these objects and the space around it as represented by these grid lines here. The scene is essentially the Blender file that we will create when we save this. So I may use the word scene and file here interchangeably. Every new Blender scene starts with 3 objects in it: a default cube, a camera, and a light. We're going to get more into these object types in future videos. Now, there is a pop-out panel in the 3D viewport that you can access by hitting N on the keyboard to pull up this sidebar. It can also be accessed simply by clicking this arrow here. This will show you some information on the location, rotation, and scale of the selected object under the item panel. The tool tab contains some options for your selection cursor. However, these options are also accessible up in the top left right here. So personally, I don't use this tab very often. The View tab has a few settings for the 3D viewport, which we're not going to change at the moment, but we're going to go over it more later when it's more applicable. This sidebar might also contain any add-ons you enable. These are a few here that I use regularly, but you do not need them for this course. Baytex is a batch FBX exporter, and Mr. Mannequins is this awesome plugin that loads in Unreal Engine's default character model, which is really just handy as a scale tool when you're building scenes for Unreal. If all of that was gibberish to you, don't worry about it. It is not stuff you need to know. You'll notice that the Text Tools add-on we downloaded and installed in the previous lesson is not here. That is just because it doesn't utilize the 3D viewport for any of its functionality, so it just lives inside another editor. Lastly, for this 3D viewport, if you hit T on the keyboard, it will toggle on and off this toolbar here. At the moment, this only contains some transform and selection tools, but you will see as we progress that this menu is context sensitive and will change. Navigating around the 3D space is critical to being able to use Blender, because in order for us to see what is on the other side of this cube, we need to be able to rotate around it. To rotate your view in Blender, simply hold the middle mouse wheel and drag your mouse around to rotate around the object. If you ever get confused about which way is up, there is also this gizmo in the upper right-hand corner here that's just going to show you how your screen and how your view is currently oriented. As long as you remember that X is left and right, Y is forward and back, and Z is up and down. To pan your view around without changing the angle at which you are viewing an object, simply hold Shift and then click and drag the middle mouse button in the direction you wish to move. To zoom, simply scroll the mouse wheel in and out. If you do not have a mouse wheel, you can also hold Control, hold the middle mouse button, and drag back and forth. All these operations can also be done by clicking on their icons here on the right side of the 3D viewport. The last icon here is for switching between orthographic and perspective view. This can also be done by hitting 5 on your numpad, or if you do not have a numpad, make sure Emulate Numpad is on in the preferences like we went over, and just press 5 on the keyboard. Orthographic view basically takes this view of our 3D model and flattens it out without perspective. Orthographic view is most handy when you are modeling something and you want to view it exactly from the front, side, or back. It is easy to quickly jump between orthographic views in Blender. To view the front of your model, just hit 1 on your numpad. This will snap your view into front orthographic, and you can see in the top left-hand corner where it used to say user perspective, it now says front orthographic. If you are ever unsure if you are in perspective or orthographic mode, you can always look up here. So our cube just appears as a flat square, because we can only see the front side of it. If you hold the middle mouse button and rotate around, Blender will automatically switch your view back into perspective mode. However, if you pan by holding Shift, middle mouse, and dragging, or zoom with the scroll wheel, you can see that orthographic mode is not broken. To view something from the right side, hit the number 3 on the numpad. You will have right orthographic. To view something from the top, hit the number 7 on your numpad. Top orthographic. Now, to view the back, left, or bottom sides of this cube, try to think of it as if you were viewing the opposite of the front, right, or top, because that is how the keyboard shortcuts are laid out. So in order to view the opposite side, you just want to hit Control and then the number corresponding to that side. So if 1 will snap you into front orthographic, pressing Control and then 1 will put you into back orthographic. 3 would show you the right side orthographic, and Control and then 3 would show you the left. 7 is the top, Control 7, the bottom. If you forget these shortcuts, you can always come up to this top toolbar here in the 3D viewport where it says View. Go down to Viewpoint. And selecting any of these will snap your view to that, but it also shows you the shortcuts for doing so from your keyboard right there. It's really just nice to have that as a reference until you learn them. Additionally, the other way to navigate to these views is you can come up to this gizmo icon here and select the view by clicking on it. Clicking Y brings you to back orthographic, clicking -X brings you to left, bottom, and so on. So now that you understand the 3D viewport, we can move on to the outliner, which is this panel up here. And the outliner is basically just a list or an outline of all the objects that are currently in our scene. So this topmost category of the outliner is scene collection. That just means everything that's in this entire Blender file. We have one sub-collection here called collection. It is created by default. This just acts as a folder. They're very handy for keeping your scenes organized, and you might have hundreds of objects in a scene if you were, for instance, creating an animated film. They work just like you would expect file folders to. You can right-click on the outliner, hit a new collection, double-click or hit F2 to rename it to something meaningful. Organize your scene how you like it, drag and drop to move things around, collapse, and expand them. I'll try as the course goes on to remind you about things like renaming objects and organizing folders to instill good habits in you. But for the basics course, I don't believe we're going to be working with any large scenes that have many objects, so you may not see me rename and organize everything. You'll notice that selecting any of these objects in the hierarchy will also highlight it here in the 3D viewport. This functions exactly the same way as if we were to select from the viewport directly. You can see it's highlighting here. Selecting from the outliner is handy in large scenes. Maybe you accidentally moved your object way off into space and you couldn't find it. You can, find it in the outliner and move it back wherever you need it to be. You can also use the outliner to temporarily hide objects that might be in your way. You can do that by selecting the object and then clicking this eye icon next to it where it says hide in viewport. To bring it back, click it again, the eye is on. You'll see it pop in and out of the viewport here. You can also accomplish this with a keyboard shortcut. So you can do this by selecting the object in the viewport and pressing H to hide it and pressing Alt-H to bring it back. Now, the thing about Alt-H is that, let's say you have two objects hidden, you only want to bring back the camera. So even though if we have it selected, if you press Alt-H, it will still bring back every hidden object that's in our scene. So if we had both of these hidden and I only wanted to bring back the camera and not the light, I would have to do so in the outliner up here. This feels like a good time to talk about shortcuts. Blender is a very shortcut heavy program. Some people love that, some hate it. I personally love it, but I do realize that it is kind of a ridiculous amount of shortcuts to learn. Blender has gotten a lot better about making its menus more easy to navigate. So if you're not a shortcut person, but I do think it is really worthwhile to learn them, as it just speeds up your workflow so much when you really start modeling. So I suggest maybe just keeping some notes and write down the shortcuts we go over to have for reference until you have them memorized. The next panel underneath the outliners is the Properties panel. This panel is really important as it contains all the information for the selected object, as well as some properties of the scene in general. The icons on the left are each a different tab of the Properties panel. We have Active Tool and Workspace, Render Properties, Output Properties, View Layer Properties, Scene Properties, World Properties, and Collection Properties. All of these are more general settings that affect things regarding the entire scene, as well as how and where to render images to. We'll cover these more later on into the course. For now, we'll mostly be looking at these bottom options as they relate directly to the object that you have selected. So with the cube selected, I have these options, but when I select the light, these tabs change to reflect the different properties that this cube and this light have. So let's look at some of the cube's properties. You can just left click on it to select. Every object that you can add to the 3D viewport will have this Object Properties tab. We won't be using this one all that much, as the only really pertinent information on it for a basics course would be this Transform tab, which can be viewed more easily via the sidebar in the 3D viewport by pressing N, going to Item, and seeing the Transform information right here. Next on the list is the Modifiers tab. This is probably the tab that you will be using the most of all in this course. Right now, there's nothing in it because this cube has no modifiers. We'll come back to this later, but as you can see, when you click the Add Modifiers drop-down, there is a whole list of things that you can add to this cube to modify its shape and appearance. Next down the list is the Particle Properties. We may come back to this. It is slightly more advanced feature, but we'll probably touch on it briefly towards the end of the course. Same with the Physics Properties. These are some really cool physics simulators you can use to animate a mesh in such a way that it would automatically behave like cloth or water. But again, it's a cool feature, but it's slightly more advanced than we will really be covering. We won't be covering object constraints. Object data properties, we will touch on briefly probably when we talk about UV maps. Materials, this will probably be your second most used property tab. This controls how the surface of your 3D objects appear when they're rendered. So if you wanted to change the color of an object, for example, you would be controlled here through the Material tab. And the last is Texture tab, and we'll be getting back to this one when we talk about texture painting. The last panel you have in the window is the Animation timeline. This timeline shows any animations that you may have in your scene. We don't have any animations on this object, but if we did, we would be able to see them by pressing play, and they would play here on the object itself. You also have a rewind, pause, and forward features. Pretty much your standard playback controls. The timeline down here represents the animation in frames. Blender defaults animations to 24 frames per second, which is standard, I believe, for animated films. This setting can be changed in the Properties panel under Output Properties, Format, go down to Frame Rate, and you can click this drop down here that says 24 FPS and change it to something else. So if you were working on, say, an animation for a game, you'd probably want it to change it to at least 30. That's pretty standard for console games, but the next-gen games, the PS5 era games, now run at 60. You could change it to that as well. But for now, we're just going to leave it at 24. So to convert the timeline to seconds, it's just the frame number divided by your frame rate. In our case, 24. So 120. Frame 120 divided by 24 would be 5 seconds of animation. We're going to cover some basic object animation in this course, but anything like animating characters is just a bit beyond the scope of a basics course. Now, these panels in Blender are all completely configurable. You can resize any of these panels by clicking and dragging on the space between them. You can also bring in a new panel by moving the cursor over to the corner of any existing panel until you get these crosshairs. If you click, drag, pull it out, it's now split this window into 2 separate panels. So right now, it's just created another 3D viewport, but you can change what editor is displayed in any panel by clicking the drop-down icon at the top where it says editor type. For example, I could change this one to a shader editor, and this would give me access to Blender's visual scripting system for creating materials, just as an example. If you drag out a panel and you later need to get rid of it, place your cursor on the corner between windows, hold the left mouse button, pull it over the panel that you want to get rid of. Your cursor will turn into this arrow and that panel will go dark. And when you release, that panel will be gone. So all these different panels we've just gone over are part of the layout workspace. A workspace in Blender is just a preset configuration of panels designed to speed up your workflow. So, for example, I could click to here, drag out a new panel, go to the editor type, and change this to UV editor to access this editor window. Or it is much simpler to just come up to here and click UV editing. All this does is it's removed the animation timeline and it split this panel into 2, where we have the 3D viewport on one side and the UV editing workspace on the other. We'll go over what UVs are later. I don't expect you to know what that is. Just know that this panel configuration has been pre-optimized for UV editing. The same goes for all these workspaces. We will be using a few of them during this course, but any of them is configurable and renameable. And you can make a custom workspace by clicking the plus sign up here, choosing a template to go from, general, let's say modeling, adding whatever editors you want, and so on. Now, these custom workspaces are on a per file basis, meaning that if you save this file and reopen it, this custom workspace will be as you left it. But if you create a new file, this workspace will not be there. Speaking of which, if you wanted to save your Blender scene, it's pretty standard, but you're just going to come up to this top where it says File, click Save or Save As, whichever. Choose a file location where you want to save it. Name it whatever you like. And press Save As. Now, when you open that file location, it'll appear here as a .blend file. A .blend file is a special extension that can only be opened by Blender. So if you need to get a 3D model that you've made in Blender to another program, like a game engine, for example, there are ways to do that. It's just not going to be using this blend file here. But we're going to cover that more later on in the course. Okay, so in the next video, we're going to be learning how to add objects into a scene and how to move, rotate, and scale these objects.
Hi again! Congrats on getting this far! I hope you're enjoying the tutorial and already starting to see awesome results. If you want to check out the extended version of the course, go to skillademia.com where you will find our full Blender Beginner to Advanced course with more than 60 lectures and many more projects to complete. Now, let's continue.
So now that we are a little bit more familiar with the interface and navigation, we can move on to manipulating objects within the 3D viewport. In this video, we are going to start learning some of the keyboard shortcuts that we are going to be using in Blender. So I've downloaded an app that will display my keystrokes down here in the bottom left corner. This is just to help you follow along with a visual guide of what I'm doing, because we're going to be using a lot of keyboard shortcuts going forward. So we have our starter cube here, and this is what is known as a mesh object. A mesh object is basically any 3D object that the computer renders using points in space called vertices to draw lines between called edges, which subsequently have faces drawn between them and are rendered opaque. I'll talk a bit more about vertices, edges, and faces when we get into mesh editing. That's a really technical definition of a mesh, however. So in layman's terms, a mesh is basically any solid object that compromises the stuff in our 3D space. Everything that we model in this course is going to be a mesh object. It's anything that isn't something like a camera or a light or a non-solid data type. Mesh is often referred to as geometry, so you may hear me use those terms interchangeably. We're going to start by transforming the default cube. Transforming in the world of 3D graphics is just a way of collectively referring to the location, rotation, and scale of an object in 3D space. Press N on your keyboard to bring up the sidebar. Under Item, Transform, you'll see that this panel contains all those pieces of information of location, rotation, and scale, as well as the dimensions of this object in real-world space and real-world units, which is driven by this scale value here. So we want to move this mesh around in our scene. This is easy. All we have to do is select the cube by left-clicking on it. The selection will be represented by this green highlight around the edge here. So once it's selected, press G as in grab, and now you can see that when I move my mouse around, the cube moves with it. Very cool. To drop the cube into a new location, simply left-click again when it's in the position that you want it. To drop the selection and cancel the operation, while you're moving around after pressing G, right-click, and it will snap back to its original position. To rotate an object, select it by left-clicking, then hit R as in rotate, and move the mouse to manipulate the object. Left-click again to confirm the rotation. To scale an object, select it by left-clicking, hit S as in scale, and move the cursor away from the model to scale up, and move the cursor towards the object to scale down. Once again, left-click to confirm the new scale. I'd just like to make a couple of quick additional points about scale. In the world of 3D graphics, the size of something is referred to as its scale, and scale works as a decimal system. When you add a new primitive object, like so, it will have a scale of 1 in all directions, in x, in y, and in z. The default cube primitive is added to the dimension with a scale of 1, but dimensions of 2 meters by 2 meters by 2 meters, meaning it is 2 meters long in the x direction, 2 meters long in the y direction, and 2 meters long in the z direction. Now this is a scale of 1 for this object. By changing the scale to 2 in all directions, we now have a cube that is twice the size, and we can see that reflected here in the dimensions, where it says 4 meter by 4 meter by 4 meter, because 4 is twice of 2. Giving this object a scale of 0.5 will bring it back to 2 meters by 2 meters by 2 meters, and a scale of 1, because we were just at a scale of 2 and we halved it by giving it a scale of 0.5. If we were at the default of 1 and gave this cube a scale of 0.5, you can see it reflected here, 0.5, and now the cube is 1 meter by 1 meter by 1 meter. And as a side note, I have my units for Blender set to meters. If it's not set to meters for you, don't worry. At this point, it really doesn't matter what units you're using here. But if you want it to be in meters, just for ease of following along, you can set the world units by coming into the properties editor on the right-hand side, going into scene properties, going under units, and you can set it here. So just make sure that the unit system is metric, the unit scale is 1, and the length is in meters. All this means is that now within the 3D viewport, one of these grid lines is equal to 1 square meter. So it's 1 meter this way and 1 meter this way. This is more important if you're going to be exporting your models into another program, but for now, just know that if you need to change the units in your scene, you can do so here. Okay, so getting back to transforming objects. All these keys on their own will perform the operation in all 3 directions. So if you wanted to scale an object uniformly, you can press X and see that it's getting larger, but it is not changing shape at all. It's still a cube because we have scaled it uniformly in every direction. But going forward, we're definitely going to need more control than that. We will often want to move, rotate, or scale in only one direction at a time. We can do this by pairing the grab, move, and rotate keys with either the X, Y, or Z key on the keyboard, depending on the axis. Remember that in Blender, the X direction is for left and right, the Y is for forward and back, and the Z direction is for up and down. So, for instance, if I wanted to move this cube a little to the left, I would select it, press G for grab, and then press X on the keyboard, and now you can see the movement is locked to this left and right axis, so I could move it a little to the left. If I wanted to rotate it around a single axis, I would hit R for rotate and then Z for the Z axis, and now we can see it is moving around the Z axis, which is drawn by that blue line that appears when you lock the axis. If I wanted to make this cube into a rectangle, I could scale it along a single axis. So I could select the cube by left-clicking, press S for scale, and Y for the axis I'd like to scale it along, and we can pull it along and elongate it along the Y-axis until it's more of a rectangle. You can also scale along 2 axes at once and lock the value of the third. So let's say I wanted to push this box back and to the right, but I didn't want it to lift off the ground at all. The ground being these grid lines here. All I would have to do is, with the box selected, press G for grab, hold Shift, and then press Z to lock the Z axis. And now we can move this along the floor here, move it back into the right, and we can see when we come into a more front view that it has not moved up or down at all. So whichever transform operation you want to use, plus Shift and then the axis key will lock the values in that direction. So if I wanted to make this box thinner, but not make it any shorter along the Y, I would press S for scale, hold Shift, and then press Y to lock the Y axis. And you'll see the other axes, which it is manipulating, are being drawn on the screen. And when I scale it in, you'll see that the box gets thinner, but doesn't lose any of the length along the Y axis. Additionally, if you need to be really precise about how much you moved something, like say you wanted to rotate an object exactly 45 degrees, you can change these properties manually in the sidebar here. You could type 45 into the X and it would rotate it 45 degrees, 90, rotate it 90, etc. Or it is much quicker to do so with this keyboard shortcuts. Which we can do by pressing first the transform key that we wish to use. Let's say R for rotate, and then the axis we wish to rotate it along, Z for the Z axis. And then simply before we left click and confirm, we just want to type 45. Now this will rotate it exactly 45 degrees from where it was. So again, that's rotate Z 45, and you can see that this property has been changed up here to 45. And of course, for rotation, if you wanted it to rotate the other way, you could do so by just reversing the direction. So R for rotate, Z to lock the axis, and then minus 45 to rotate it the other way. If you're having some difficulty remembering trig, these numbers might be making you a bit queasy, but just remember that when you're working on a 3D grid or even a 2D grid, the sign in front of the number will inform the directionality of the mesh or the operation. So, for example, start with a new cube here, just so it's easier. Right now we are at a location rotation of 0, but if we pressed G for grab, we wanted to move it along the X axis, we could do so manually by saying 2, and it would move it 2 units, 2 meters along the X. If we wanted to move it the other way, we could do the same thing, G, X, negative 2. We'll move it in the negative direction. Remember that this point here at the center of the world, where all 3 axes intersect, represents a location of 0. So this location, as driven by this green dot, which we'll talk about more in a minute, is at a location of exactly negative 2 meters from this point. Now, Blender does have a gizmo, and I believe it is even on by default. But if it is not on for you, all you have to do is come up here to the top right-hand corner of the screen and make sure this button that says Show Gizmo is on. Now, if this is enabled and you're still not seeing a gizmo on your object, just drop down this arrow here. This arrow here, and just make sure Move is on. This will make the gizmo appear on your object. So a gizmo is just this little arrow manipulator that allows you to transform an object by clicking and dragging these arrows rather than learning the keyboard shortcuts. I personally think that it is faster to use the hotkeys, but that being said, the gizmo is used in a lot of other 3D applications, so if you were familiar with something like Unity, this might be familiar to you already. And then if you enable move, rotate, and scale under the viewport gizmos drop down, you can do all of these operations. The arrows, of course, being for moving the object, the circles being for rotating, and the squares for scaling. Now, you may notice that even though I have this cube rotated at an angle relative to these axis lines, the arrows on the gizmo are still matching the direction of our world axis. This is what is called global space, and it refers to the orientation of this entire empty scene. The rotation of the scene cannot be changed because it is the basis for which we describe how objects within it are rotated. But what does that mean practically? Practically, if we have this cube rotated relative to our world space, something like that, if our transform orientation, our gizmo, is in global space, that means it would perform these transform operations according to the direction of the world. So if I wanted to make this cube into a rectangle now, with this rotation applied, I would hit S, Y, the same way, and O. That's not really what we wanted, was it? Because you'll see it scaling along this line. And it just becomes really distorted. Now, we can definitely still make this a rectangle without changing the rotation back to match the world. All we have to do is set our transform orientation into what is called local space. Local space is basically using the rotation of the object relative to that of the world space to define the direction of this XYZ axis. So when an object is rotated like this, if you go up to this top bar, up here where it says global, click the drop down, you can change the transform orientations to local space. You'll now see that the gizmo arrows have snapped in according to the rotation of the cube. So now, if we scale along the y-axis, it's going to scale properly because it is using the rotation of the cube and rotating it along its local y-axis. However, a much quicker way to switch between local and global space on the fly without having to come up here and change it from the menu. If you want to perform any transform operation in local space, all you have to do is hit the transform hotkey for the operation you want to perform, and then double press the axis button. So to scale this along the Y without changing it here, we would just hit S for scale, Y once for the Y axis, and then instead of clicking, we're just going to hit Y again, and it's going to transform into local space, and we can scale it properly and click to confirm. This shortcut works for all transform operations, including move and rotate. So if I wanted to move this along its local X, which would be this direction, I would hit G for grab, X for the X axis, and then X again to switch it into local space. Click to confirm. Same thing for rotation. If I wanted to rotate it along its local axes, I would hit R for rotate to give me the rotation tool. Let's say X for the X axis globally, and then X again to change that to the local axis. Any of these transform operations you performed is stored in memory and can be undone using Control-Z. I believe Blender saves something around 50 steps in memory, and I believe you can configure that in the preferences as well, but 50 steps is plenty. You can redo any of the undone operations by pressing Control and then Shift and then Z, and it will redo the operation. So let's say you move an object, you transform it however you wish, and then you decide that you really need it to be back at the center of the world. But maybe you've done some other operations and you can't undo back through it. You can quickly clear the transforms by using the Alt key combined with the transform operation key. So holding Alt and pressing G will clear the location. It will reset these values to 0 and snap the mesh back so its center point is at 0, 0, 0 on the grid. You can also do this with Alt R for rotation. This value has now been reset to 0, and Alt S will reset the scale. So now we have returned to our default cube with no transforms applied. You could also do this manually by pulling up the sidebar here, again, which is accessed by pressing N on the keyboard to toggle, and just manually typing in 0 for these values. Now that we know how to transform an object, but this cube alone can really only get us so far. We need to know how to add more objects into a scene. So, to add any object to the 3D viewport, simply hold Shift and then press A to bring up the Add menu. Blender gives you this whole list of different types of objects that you can add to your scene, but for now, we are only going to be concerned with this first type here, which is Mesh. From there, this whole list gives you the types of mesh primitives that you can add. Our default scene always starts with a cube. Any mesh that you add to a scene from this menu is called a mesh primitive. They are mesh objects that just have a basic shape, such as a cube, a sphere, a cone, a cylinder, and so on. Now these are going to serve as the starting points for modeling more complex shapes. The Add menu can also be accessed by going to the top toolbar of the 3D viewport, here where it says Add, clicking on that, and the same thing. It'll bring up the same menu, go to Mesh, Primitive, and add a primitive. Now, when you add a new mesh into the scene, you will get this Add menu down at the bottom left-hand corner. Click to expand it, and you'll see there's some initialization options here for the primitive you've just added. So for example, for this cylinder, you can choose how many sides it has that make up this circle around the top. So setting this value down to 6, for example, will turn this into a hexagon with 6 sides. For a UV sphere, same thing. You can click to expand this Add menu, and you can use the sliders here to control how many segments and rings are in your sphere, which is a great way to control the resolution. So you can play around with these initialization settings, and you can get some kind of interesting shapes just from these alone. Now the thing to notice about these menus that appear down here is that as soon as I click anywhere off or perform any other operation in Blender, that menu is gone, and there is no way to get it back without deleting the object and, re-adding it here. That's because this menu is only applicable to the last operation you performed. So if you click, that counts as an operation, and the menu is gone. So let's look at some of these primitives. Let's look at this one here. that says monkey. Now, this is Suzanne, as you can see in the top left corner here. Her name is Suzanne. And I believe the purpose of this being a primitive is for testing materials. You know, this shape has a lot of interesting sort of curves and planes, and it can very quickly show you how a material will appear on a variety of shapes at the same time. But we're going to use her for the purposes of demonstration. So now that we know how to both add and transform primitives, we can use these skills to give Suzanne a hat. I'm going to make it a party hat. So I'm going to add another mesh object by, in the viewport, pressing Shift-A, Mesh, Cone. And now that we have the cone added here into the scene, we're going to transform it so it's in place as a hat. We're just going to press G, Z to move it up. We can press 3 to look at Suzanne in orthographic side view, and this will give us a view exactly from the side. And the nice thing about orthographic views is now when I press G, I don't have to press an axis, or Shift X in this case, to lock the X value. Because we are viewing it exactly from the side, moving this cone will not move it in the X direction at all, because we are looking at it flat. So, turn that gizmo off, sorry. We can move it sort of into place. We can hit R. We'll rotate along the X-axis if we are on in orthographic view. And we can hit scale until it's roughly where we want it. Looks great. Now you may have noticed that when I added this cone, it added it right into the center of Suzanne's face. Blender is always going to add new objects wherever this 3D cursor is. This 3D cursor is this crosshair icon right here. So by default, the 3D cursor is in the center of the world at 0, 0, 0. But we don't have to add new objects here. We can add them wherever we want in the scene by moving the 3D cursor. So we can do this by holding Shift in the viewport and right-clicking anywhere else on the screen to snap the 3D cursor to a new location. So now, if we snap this 3D cursor over here and we add a cone, you'll see it adds it over here. If you've moved the 3D cursor and you want to get it back to the world origin exactly, simply hold Shift and press C on the keyboard. This will snap the 3D cursor back to the origin and also reset the camera zoom so that you'll be focused on the world origin. This is handy. Sometimes you may accidentally move, your view way out and way back, and you're like, oh no, I need to get back there. Just hold Shift and press C, and it'll snap you back to the original location. You can easily duplicate any object you've added to the viewport by selecting the object and pressing Shift and then D and moving it out and clicking to confirming the new position. You can duplicate along a single axis using the same principle of moving along an axis that we just went over with transforms. So you can select an object, you can hold Shift and press D to duplicate it, and then press Y to move it only along the Y-axis, clicking to confirm as always. Now once we start having multiple objects in our scene, we're going to want a way to keep track of them. And we can do this by renaming these objects. We can see the name of every object up here in the outliner, and you'll notice when we start duplicating that Blender adds these suffixes, .001, .002, .003, for all these objects that we've duplicated. This is because no two objects can have the exact same name in Blender. However, if we wanted to name these something other than the default, we can do so by either double-clicking this name in the outliner, which will bring up an input field. We can type in a name and press enter to confirm it, or you can do this by clicking the object in the 3D viewport and pressing F2 on the keyboard, which will bring up that same input field. Type the name, press enter to confirm, and now you can see we've renamed this one hat. So now I've added all these cones over here to the scene, but I don't actually want them there. It's not part of what we're doing. So to delete an object, select it by left clicking, and then either hit delete on the keyboard or X, which will bring up delete. I think we'll just delete it. X will bring up this confirm menu, and you can press delete. Note that pressing the backspace key does not work for this. It is only the delete key. So we can just delete these objects. So this hat's looking pretty good, but I want like a little pom-pom on the end of it right now. So how I'm going to do that is I'm going to add another object, and I'm going to add a UV sphere. Now, I was messing with the initialization settings here just a moment ago, so you'll see that when it adds, it's not actually adding as a sphere because it remembered the last settings I had. So all we have to do is reset this. It's 32 and 16. You can make it whatever resolution you want, but those are the default values for a new sphere and a radius of 1 meter. So press 3 to go into right orthographic. Let's press G to grab this sphere. We're going to move it up about there. Now we're going to press S to scale it in. And we're just going to make sure it's lined up the way we want it. R to rotate. That looks pretty good. So now this hat has a little pom-pom on the end. But say I wanted to move this now. Well, when I click on the hat, you'll notice that it's only highlighting the cone object. And when I move it, only the cone moves. That's sort of a problem. Now, we could do this using multi-select. We can click on both of the objects that make up this hat. We can click the hat and then shift and click on the sphere to multi-select. Now when we move it, they move together. You can also select multiple objects by making sure your selection mode up here is set to box select. You can hold and look at the selection modes, but we're going to have it on box. We can click anywhere in the viewport, hold, and drag over the objects, and it will select them in the same way. Now, this pom-pom is part of this hat, and I want it to be attached. But currently, Blender sees these as different objects. And you can see here in the outline, there's an entry for the hat that we renamed to hat. It used to be cone. And there's one that says sphere, which is the pom-pom on top. You know, they're separate, but we can join these objects together by selecting the sphere, then shift selecting the cone so we have the multiple selection, holding Control and pressing J on our keyboard. This will join these two objects together. And now you can see when I click to select it, it draws the selection outline around both objects. And the sphere has disappeared from the outliner up here. Now, this is a good time to mention selection order in Blender. The order in which you select things is typically very important. The most recent selection you make will always be highlighted here in this green color, and that is what is known as the active selection. Everything else that has been selected before that using shift and clicking will be highlighted in blue, and that is just known as the selection. For joining objects, the order in which you select matters because Blender will always join your selected object to your active object. This means that the combined object will have the origin, which is Blender's terminology for pivot point, of the active object. So what does that really mean? It means that if I join the sphere to the cone by selecting in that order and pressing Ctrl J to join, this object will now pivot or rotate around this green dot. The difference becomes more apparent if I undo that, separate those objects. So the difference becomes more apparent if I select the cone first and I join it to the sphere by pressing Ctrl J. You'll now see that the pivot is up here and it is the sphere's pivot. And when I rotate, it behaves completely differently. So keep this in mind when transforming objects. They will always rotate and scale around the origin, which is represented by this green dot. You can move the pivot point of any mesh object, but we will get into how to do that in a future video when we start editing the actual points that make up these objects. So the last thing I want to touch on in this video is the shading modes that are available in Blender. So when you add a sphere such as this one, you may be like, why does it look all flat and faceted? Can't it just be smooth? And yes, it can. In Blender, you could decide whether you want to draw objects with flat faces such as this, which is the default for any new primitive object, or with smooth faces. And to switch, all you have to do is select the object in the viewport by left-clicking and then right-clicking on it and picking this first object in the context menu, which says Shade Smooth. So you can see we no longer have those hard edges on this sphere. To put it back, same thing, just select the object, right-click to pull up the object context menu, and press Shade Flat, and we will get that faceted look back. So to recap, we now know the most fundamental functions of Blender, which is how to navigate around our 3D viewport, how to snap to orthographic views, and how to add, transform, and delete mesh objects. Now, I always think it is good to practice new skills before you move on to the next topic. So as an exercise, I'd like you to build something in Blender using adding, transforming, and duplicating meshes. I'm going to do this as a demonstration. You're welcome to follow along and build the same thing I'm going to build, or build something totally different that's your own creation. It's up to you, as long as you are practicing those functions and learning those keyboard shortcuts. Welcome back. I hope you were able to make some cool creations with the primitive objects. If you followed along with the demo, it should be clear that with enough time and patience, you can make some pretty cool stuff even with just these limited functions. But I'm sure you're thinking, yeah, this is great, but not every object in the world is just a box or a sphere. What about organic forms like characters? And you're right. We need to learn how to edit these primitives into more. Before we get started editing these meshes, however, I do need to briefly explain something about shading modes. If we hold Z on our keyboard, we will bring up this radial shading menu. Shading modes in Blender allow you to view your model with different levels of information. So, by default, a new Blender file will be in the solid shading mode. This will render your objects with these opaque gray faces, which by now should be very familiar to you. However, if we hold Z and select wireframe mode, now we are viewing these objects as wireframe meshes that we can see through. If we hold Z and select material preview, this will show you the materials and textures applied to your models should you have any. These models are being rendered in solid white because we currently do not have any materials applied to them. holding Z and pressing rendered will bring you into rendered mode. Rendered mode shows you your solid objects plus their materials plus any lighting information you may have in the scene. Remember that Blender default scenes start with a light object in them, and this is for viewing things in rendered mode. We will discuss these shading modes in more detail in future videos, but we just needed to be a little bit familiar with them in order to proceed to the next section. For the time being, we are only going to be looking at solid and wireframe modes. Okay, with that out of the way, we can get into mesh editing. Open up a new Blender file if you don't have one open already. We're going to use a sphere now because I think this will be easier to understand on a sphere. So we're going to select all the objects in our scene by pressing A. We're going to delete them by either pressing delete or by pressing X and then confirming delete. We are now going to add a sphere to our scene by pressing Shift and A, Mesh, UV Sphere. Now, up until this point, we have only been working with meshes in what is called object mode. Object mode is used for selecting and manipulating entire objects like we have been doing so far. But we can edit these primitives at a finer level by manipulating the component parts that make up these mesh objects. Now, a mesh object is made of vertices, edges, and faces. And if you select this object by left-clicking on it and pressing Tab, I can better demonstrate what I mean. Pressing Tab will bring you into what is called Edit Mode. Edit Mode will allow you to go into an individual object and edit its vertices, edges, and faces. While we are in edit mode for a particular object, we are only going to be able to edit that object. So, say I have a few objects in this scene. We're going to duplicate this sphere, Shift D, X to move it along the X, Shift D, X, move it along the X. So now we have a few objects in our scene. Now if we select this original one and press Tab to go into edit mode, you'll see that only this one has changed. And if we click on these additional spheres, we cannot do anything with them. In order to edit these other objects, we would have to tab out of edit mode into object mode, select the sphere we wish to edit, tab back into edit mode, and now we can select points on this object. You can also switch between object and edit mode by selecting the object, coming up to the toolbar here, drop down, selecting edit mode, and selecting object mode again to tab back into object mode. Now this drop down will give you all of the modes currently available to you based on your selection, but we are only going to be concerned with object and edit mode. So let's select this sphere and go back into edit mode to take a closer look at it. Now, in order to edit this mesh, we need to understand a little bit more about how it is constructed. As I said before, every mesh object is made up of vertices, edges, and faces. So each of these dots here is called a vertex. And all a vertex is a location in 3D space that is defined by coordinate values on the X, Y, Z grid. Left click on any vertex to select it, and you can press N to pull up the sidebar. This will allow you to view its location numerically. So if I select this vertex, it will show me that this vertex has a location of approximately 0.69 meters on the X direction, 0.46 meters in the Y direction, and 0.55 meters in the Z direction. These numbers, when paired together, are just describing this exact point in space. Now, remember that the world origin is this point here at which all these lines converge, and its numerical value is 0, 0, 0. And as a quick side note, the 3-number coordinate values are always read in the order of first X, then Y, then Z. So, if something on a 3D grid has a location of 2, 8, 14, that means that it is 2 units on this grid away from the X location. I'm sorry, I should say it is 2 units away from the world origin along this X location, 2 of these grid lines. It is 8 units away, 8 of these grid lines away from the world origin in the Y location. And it is 14 units away from the world origin in the Z direction, which describes this location in space. Now, I know I might be being sort of repetitive here, but it is really essential that you understand how 3D graphs and plotting things on a grid work. It's sort of the basis for the entire concept of 3D modeling, so I apologize if this all seems fairly obvious, but for some of you, it may have been a long time since you took any sort of algebra or math class, so I really just want to make sure that this is clear. And even after all of this, if it's still not really clear to you why these numbers are what they are and how these axes work and so on, then I suggest, you just take maybe an hour or so to brush up on some basic algebra and review the Cartesian coordinate system. So, don't worry about following along with what I'm about to do, but just to describe what a mesh is to you. A mesh is essentially a set of vertices who, when plotted on this 3-dimensional grid, form all these points that make up the shape of, in this case, a sphere. So, with the information of all these individual points, Blender is able to draw lines between them called edges. And this will form the mesh that makes up our object. We can view the wireframe easily, again, by pressing Z on the keyboard and selecting wireframe, or selecting wireframe icon at the top. So now we are seeing all the vertices and the edges that make up this shape, as well as the vertices and the edges around the backside that are normally obscured by faces. Faces are these surfaces that Blender draws between areas of 3 or more edges that are rendered opaque and give the object its solid appearance. We can select vertices, edges, and faces by changing our selection mode. Now we can do this by coming up to the upper left-hand corner next to our mode selection. These icons here denote your selection mode. Right now, we have this one with the dot highlighted to show that we are in vertex select mode. This means that when I left click on this sphere, it will select a single vertex. We can select multiple vertices at the same time, the same way we select multiple objects, by selecting one vertex, then holding Shift and selecting another. You'll notice that if you select two vertices that are next to each other, it will also highlight the edge between them. This is because an edge is defined by these two vertices. And if you think about it, it is physically impossible to move either of these 2 points in space without affecting the straight line that is between them. If you are in box select mode, which you can make sure of by making sure that this selection tool has a box around it. If it does not, you can hold it, select box, or you can toggle through all the selection nodes by pressing W on your keyboard. So in box select mode, if you click and drag out a selection, it will select all the vertices within that area. Now selecting the line icon here will put you in edge select mode. You can see when I click over, all the dots have disappeared from our mesh. This is because we are no longer working with single points in space, and instead we are going to select entire edges when we click. We can hold Shift and select multiple, and we can drag out a box selection the same way we did with vertices. Now the last mode is face select mode, is shown with this square icon. Same principle. When we click, we select an entire face, which is made up of the edges and the vertices. We can Shift and click to select multiple. We can drag out a box selection and select everything under the area. Now, the reason why I brought up shading view modes at the top of this video is that your selections will be affected by what mode you are in. So while you're in solid mode, if you drag out a box selection, you'll see that these faces on the front side of this mesh have been selected. But if we rotate around, nothing else has. However, if we are in wireframe view, which again we can get to by holding Z and selecting wireframe, if we drag out a box selection now and then hold Z and return to solid view, we can see that these faces on the front have been selected, but it is also selected through our mesh to the faces on the back side as well. We've discussed quite a bit now about how to select portions of our object in edit mode, but there are a few shortcuts for selection that will immensely speed up your workflow. Let's go over some of these quickly. When modeling, there will constantly be times when you want to select all the vertices or edges in a loop, such as these loops that go around the sphere horizontally. Now, it would be awfully painful to have to come in here and click, hold Shift, click, and Shift click our way all the way around the mesh. So instead, we can use the Loop Select tool. Loop Select tool works in all selection modes, vertex, edges, and faces. And to use it, all you have to do is hover over the edges you want to select of the loop, hold Alt, and then click on the edge. This will highlight completely around the model. Again, we can do this in edge mode and in face mode. And in face mode. You'll notice when in face mode especially that depending on where you click, Blender will select the loop either horizontally or vertically around the model. So in face mode, clicking more towards these vertical edges on the left and right side of the single face will tell Blender to select horizontally. Clicking along these horizontal edges that run at the top and bottom of the face will tell Blender that you want to select vertically. When selecting these vertical loops on the sphere, you'll notice that it doesn't go all the way around. It stops one face short of the topmost point of the sphere. This is because the face loop select function can only select loops of quadrilateral faces, that is to say, faces with 4 sides. If you hold Alt and click on a face with 4 sides that is connected to other faces with 4 sides, Blender will be able to detect them as a loop. However, these faces at the top and bottom of the sphere are triangles. They only have 3 sides, so Blender stops the loop selection because it has detected a side, or a face, I should say, with something other than 4 sides. Now, loop select both in edge and in face mode. You can use them with the multi-select function. You just hold Alt, you hold Shift after you make that first selection, and you select again, and continue holding Alt and Shift for each selection you wish to make. Now, not everything you need to select is going to be in a straight line with quadrilateral faces. Suppose we need to select all the edges along this surface in an S pattern. While we could just click to select and hold Shift and begin selecting everything we need along that curve, this is somewhat tedious. So instead, to speed this up, we are going to use the shortest path selection tool. The shortest path select works by first making a selection, either a vertex, an edge, or a face. This will work in all modes. Then holding Control, and then clicking on another point on the model. So if I click here, Blender will detect the fewest number of edges between those points because I am in edge select mode, and it will select everything along that path it finds. So we could select our edge, hold Control, select this point, and then without letting go of Control, continuing to select these points until we have our S shape. Or, for instance, if we go into top orthographic view by pressing 7, let's say we wanted to select half of these triangles that make up this topmost circle. Well, in face select mode, we could do this with shortest path by holding Control, clicking, and then still holding Control, clicking here, and it will select all of these along this path. This is another instance where selection order absolutely matters because Blender will always perform the shortest path operation from the active face, which is highlighted in green here. So if I hold Control with this still active and click out, it will grow the selection from that active green triangle. So if I wanted to grow it this way, I wouldn't be able to do that because this face would need to be the active face. To make this the active face, We can press Shift, click to deselect it, and then click again, still holding Shift to reselect it as the active face. Remember that the last selection you make will always be the active face. So now if we Control and then click, we can grow the selection that way. So now that we know how to select individual portions of our mesh, we can use the same transformation tools that we used in the last video to change the shapes of these primitive objects. So, using the selection tools we just learned, we're going to make a selection, and we can hit G to grab and move around and move. We can press R to rotate our selection, and we can press S to scale it. Now you may notice if you have a single vertex selected that you can grab and move it, but scale and rotate will have no effect. This is simply because a vertex is a single point in space, and by definition, a single point in space cannot have the properties of scale or rotation. And it is reflected here in the sidebar panel, which again, if it is collapsed, we can press N to bring it up. For this vertex selection, it only has a location property. If you select an edge, you'll see that you can rotate and scale it as well as move it. The same is true for faces. We can move by pressing G. We can rotate by pressing R. We can scale by pressing S. So let's use these transformation tools. Rather than undoing through that, I'm just going to add a new sphere. So starting from a default sphere, we'll press Tab to go into edit mode. And let's go into vertex selection mode by pressing this icon. So now we're going to use these transformation tools to change the shape of this. And we're going to change it from a sphere to more of a teardrop. So I'm going to go press 1 on the numpad to go into front orthographic view. I'm going to press G to grab this vertex, and I'm going to press Z to transform it along the Z axis only. So again, that's G, Z. We're going to move it up, and we're going to click to place it. So next, we're going to select this entire loop going down. We can do that by holding Alt and selecting between these 2 points along this loop to select the whole loop. Pressing 1 to go into front view. Pressing G, Z, we can move it up. And by pressing S, we can scale it in. Now we're just going to repeat this process with all these loops until we have changed it into a teardrop shape. Okay, that looks pretty good. You may notice me move in and out of edit mode quite a bit while I'm modeling something. I'm just trying to check the silhouette of the shape, which I find is a lot easier to do when the vertices aren't being drawn over it. It just throws off my eye a little. So the tab shortcut, as you can see, will be extremely useful in quickly getting in and out of edit mode. So there is another way to achieve this shape with fewer steps. but slightly less fine-tuned control. And that is with what is called proportional editing. So let's move this off to the side for now, just by hitting G and pressing X and moving it over. And we're going to add another sphere right here. Shift A, Mesh, UV sphere. So tab into edit mode. We're going to select just this top vertex the same way we did with this last one. And this time we're going to turn on proportional editing by pressing O on the keyboard. Now this little icon here will light up to tell you that proportional editing is now on. And we can always toggle proportional editing on and off by clicking the icon itself. So with that on, we're going to go into front view by pressing 1 on the numpad. Frame this up. We're going to press G and Z the exact same way we did before, but you'll see now that we have this black circle drawn around our selection. And when we move it up to about the same point, we're dragging these loops along with us in a way that sort of has a fall off, in which the farther away you get from this selection, the less these vertices are going to be influenced by this transformation. So Control Z to undo, hit G and then Z for the axis. This black ring is the influence radius. So we can change it and effectively change the shape we are creating by, before we click to confirm the placement of this while it's still under our cursor, we can scroll the mouse wheel up to increase the influence or scroll it down to decrease it. Scrolling it all the way down effectively makes it the same as having proportional editing off. So we can scroll till we find a shape that's relatively close. We can click to confirm. We can press O to turn off proportional editing. And now we can scale these loops by holding Alt, clicking between these, pressing S, and scaling them in until we have roughly the shape that we want. Now, the difference between this method and this method may seem somewhat arbitrary at this point, but you'll see that there are going to be times when you're going to want to move something in a way that just feels a little bit more organic, as if you were pushing or pulling bits of clay, and proportional editing is a really great tool for that. Let's keep this one. I like this shape a little better. So I think this is a good time to mention something about the pivot point, which is known in Blender also as the origin. So I may use terms pivot and origin interchangeably here. Now, we've discussed it before, but I want to bring it up again, because you might have noticed now that when we move things in object mode, our origin is moving along with our mesh. However, if we tab into edit mode, and say we have everything selected, and we can do that by pressing A on the keyboard. If we now move our mesh around, the origin remains where it is. This is because this mesh is essentially parented to this origin. So when you move a mesh in object mode, what you're really moving is the origin, and the mesh is sort of just following along with it. However, when you move something in edit mode, you're moving all these points individually relative to this point here. So by changing the relative location of this mesh to its origin, that is one method of moving your pivot point. So let me show you what I mean by that. In front orthographic view, press 1 on the numpad if you are not in it already. We can move the pivot of this object. So right now, if we rotate it, this is what it looks like rotating around the origin at the center. And if I were to move this object in object mode, it would still rotate that way. Now, however, if we start with this object in the center, we can do that by pressing Alt-G to clear the location. If we tab first into edit mode, and then press G, and then press Z to move it up slightly so it looks like it's sitting on this red line, which this will serve as our ground plane. But in edit mode, we've moved it now. So if we tab out, we'll see that the origin is now at the bottom of the object. And now when we rotate, it will behave completely differently. So why does this matter? Well, in a more practical example, let's say you're making an animation and in your scene you have a character and they need to move through a doorway, to open a door. Well, let's make a door very quickly. We're just going to add a cube by pressing Shift-A, Mesh, and selecting Cube. We're going to scale it in the Y direction by pressing S and then Y and scaling it in. We're going to scale it in the X direction, S, X, and that is roughly a door shape. So let's press 1 to go into front orthographic. So let's say that this X-axis line is our floor, and this blue Z-axis line is going to represent where the hinges of our door would be. So if we move this into place, rotate around it, so it should swing open like this. But currently, its origin is at the center. So when I press R to rotate and Z to rotate around the Z-axis, that is sort of a problem. So let's clear the location by pressing Alt and G. Let's go press 1 to go into front orthographic view, and let's tab into edit mode before we move this object. So with everything selected, which it should be by default, but if it is not, just press A for all, press G, and let's scooch it up so that the corner lines up with the ground plane and the edge where the hinges should be. Now let's press Tab to go back into object mode. Now when we select this and press R and Z to rotate it, you can see it is rotating in a much more door-like fashion. One more thing to note is that your mesh will always scale away from your pivot point. So up until this point, because we have not moved our pivots, they always start by default at the center of the primitive. So when we scale it, it scales from the center equally in all directions. But now with our pivot offset from the center, when we press S to scale this object, you can see that it is scaling directionally. This can be really useful. Now, the only caveat to moving the pivot this way is that it is not always the most precise. If we zoom way in on this, you can see that the origin is not exactly on our mesh. Our door is actually floating a little bit above it. Now, we can get this origin exactly onto our mesh if we need it, if we need to be really precise. We can do this with snapping. So, in edit mode, I'm actually going to move this a little bit farther away from the origin just so it's more apparent what I'm doing. So in edit mode, we want to select this edge. We can do that by box selecting both vertices, selecting it in edge mode, or if we are in wireframe and in the front view, we can box select this vertex, which will select also the vertex behind it. Once you have this edge selected, we can hold Shift and S to bring up the snapping menu, and we're going to select Cursor to Selected. This has snapped our 3D cursor exactly onto this edge, at exactly the halfway point between these two vertices. From here, we're going to press Tab to return to object mode. And with this object highlighted, we are going to right-click to bring up the Object Context menu. Now, we used this before when we were shading things both smooth and flat. But this time we're going to go down here to where it says Set Origin, and we are going to select Origin to 3D Cursor. This has snapped the dot that appeared here onto exactly this point, which, because we have snapped the cursor, is exactly along this edge. Now, under the Set Origin menu, again, right-click, Set Origin, we have a couple of other ways we can snap our origin. We can do Origin to Geometry, which will find the center point of this mesh and snap it to that. Or just Control-Z to get this origin back at the world center. We can set origin, geometry to origin, and that will snap the center point of our mesh to wherever the origin is in world space. So again, set origin, origin to 3D cursor. So if we have this snapped onto this edge, we can now select this and press Alt-G to clear the location, and instead of clearing it so that the center point is on the world origin, it has snapped the origin of the object onto the world origin, which gives this object a location of 0, 0, 0, despite not coming from the center. Now, the pivot can also be temporarily affected without moving this origin point, and that is going to be by using the Transform Pivot Point drop-down menu. Now, it's more apparent what this does with multiple objects in the scene. So I'm going to select this, and I'm going to press X to delete it. I'm going to reset the location of my 3D cursor by holding Shift and pressing C. This will just snap it back to the exact origin of the world. I'm going to add a new object, and it doesn't matter which one. Let's do a cone. We don't work with cones very often. I'm going to bring this cone up by pressing G and then Z and moving it up. I'm going to press G and X and move it over to the left. Now I'm going to duplicate the cone, Shift D, and then X, and then click. So now I have these two objects side by side. Now, if I select both of these either by shift clicking or by dragging out a selection, and I press scale or rotate, you will see a dotted line being drawn from my cursor to the center of these two objects. This is because we are in median point mode for the transform pivot point. So despite the fact that individually these objects would move around their individual origins, when we have them both selected, because this selection mode is at median point, Blender is looking at everything you have selected in the scene, finding the center of those objects in space, and using that as the pivot point. We can change this by coming to the drop down, selecting individual origins, and now when we rotate or scale these objects, they are each rotating and scaling around their respective origins. The rest of these options are pretty self-explanatory, but try them out at your leisure. Active element will scale and rotate around whichever one is highlighted in the green here, whichever your last selected object is. And 3D cursor will rotate and scale around the 3D cursor, which right now is between them, but if you move them out, you can see it rotates and it scales using this as the pivot. So for the next exercise, I want you to use the skills that we've just gone over to make something. So starting from primitive objects, tabbing into edit mode, and moving and transforming the vertices, edges, and faces to make a new shape out of these primitives. I'm going to be doing a demonstration, which you can either follow along and make the same thing I'm making, or you can make something of your own creation. Either way, it doesn't matter, as long as you are using these skills of transforming vertices, edges, and faces in edit mode, and ideally layering those skills on top of the object level transform skills that we learned in the last lesson. In the next video, we are going to cover some mesh operations that will allow us to add vertices, edges, and faces to these shapes so that we are not limited to using only the ones that are existing, which I believe on a default sphere is 482. I believe it's 482 vertices on a single object. We're going to need more information than that. But for now, we're just going to practice using the transform operations on the edit mode level. So let us get started with the demonstration. I'm going to proceed with the first demonstration here. Basically, what I'm going to do after each segment is do a little demo on how you can use the skills that we have just gone over to make something, either an object or a scene, in Blender. I won't be doing too much lecturing or talking or narrating over this part, as it's mostly just to watch and follow along. I will, of course, have my key strokes being captured down in this bottom corner so you can follow along with what I'm doing. But this part is just for demonstration. Follow along or use those skills to make something of your own. But without further ado, let's get started. So I'm starting from this default Blender scene. When you open it up, you have a general template. So the first thing I'm going to do is just select the camera, delete, and light, delete. Just because we're not going to be using them, so they're a little bit in the way. And actually, I think I'm going to delete this cube as well. I think I'm going to start with a different object. So to add an object, in the empty viewport, just press Shift A, Mesh. Let's start with the cylinder. All right. Now, this is largely just going to be a function of what do we want to make with this. Thinking of making maybe like a little scene. So like a cartoonish scene. So let's start with this. Let's make a tree. Let's press 1 and let's move this up so that the bottom is sitting on this x-axis line. Now, this is going to be our trunk, but it's a little too thick at the moment, so we're going to make this thinner but not shorter by pressing S, hitting Shift Z to lock the Z value axis, and scaling it in. That's pretty good. Maybe should be a little bit taller though, so we're going to press S, Z to scale only the Z axis, and just correct so it's sitting on the ground again. All right, so this is a pretty good trunk. So now we want some like sort of like rounded bulbousy branch clusters, sort of like you'd see in the background of a cartoon. So to do that, let's hit 1 to go into front orthographic mode, just because it's going to be a little bit easier to work with. So we can either add the spheres here, or we can shift right click to move the 3D cursor closer to where we want them. Of course, it's not going to be exact using this method. Now we can press Shift A, UV sphere. All right, and now what we're going to do to make this part is just kind of scale these, make it a little bit smaller. And then now I just hit 3 to go into right orthographic because this is scooched a little bit farther forward than I would like it. I want it to be as close as I can to sitting exactly on top of this cylinder. So we're going to press G for grab. We're going to move it just so like this center edge that you can sort of see here is lined up fairly closely with this axis line. It doesn't have to be exact. It is organic after all. So now, to make this a little bit more tree-like, we're going to scale Z, just flatten this out just a touch. Now, I don't really want these facets, so on any of this actually. So I'm going to click this first sphere and click this, shift click I should say, to select all of it. I'm going to right click and press Shade Smooth. So now when we duplicate from these objects, the objects that we duplicate off of them will be smooth as well. Of course, I'm just duplicating by selecting it and pressing Shift and D and moving it out. So now it's just kind of a matter of arranging these objects so that they look somewhat sort of tree-like. Okay, that's looking fairly tree-like. It's enough for our purposes right now. Maybe scale these in a little bit more at the top so it has more of a tapered kind of look. But let's say we're happy with this tree. Looks pretty good. So now I want to make this one object. So I'm going to just, with the box select enabled up here, I'm going to click and drag. And if I join this right now, you'll remember from the lecture that this will be its new pivot point, which is not really ideal for what we want because we're going to want to move this around next. So with all these selected, if I just hold shift and press the one that I do want to be active, meaning the trunk here, it's going to make that one active. So now I can just press Ctrl J. And now we have a whole single object. So when I move it around, it smooths all together. It's called cylinder up here. Let's name it tree. Okay. Now, trees rarely grow alone, so let's move it along the ground here, and we're going to start duplicating it by pressing Shift D. We're going to rotate it around the Z axis to give it sort of a more random appearance so they don't all look like exact copies of each other, even though they are. We're going to make them slightly different heights. Actually, let's put these a little closer together. That's going to look better. And then, yeah, that looks good. We're just going to repeat that process until we have, well, maybe not a forest, but, you know, some nice trees growing in sort of clusters the way trees do. You can see some of these, because the pivot point is in the center, when I scale them up and down, they kind of shrink away from the ground. We'll go over how to move a pivot point in a future video, but for now, just place them back where they need to be. Hit Shift C to reset my camera because my cursor was distracting me floating up here. If the cursor is really distracting to you, you can always hide it, coming up here and unchecking 3D cursor. I recommend having it on in the beginning though, because you might get confused why your new objects are being added way out into the distance because you've accidentally shift and right clicked somewhere. So Shift C again to return that. Okay, we have some trees. They're looking pretty good. Let's put an actual ground for them to sit on so they're not just sort of floating amorphously onto this grid. I'm going to do a plane for the ground, which is just a flat surface. So Shift A, add a plane. And for this one, this is just going to be one surface. So we're going to scale it up real big. Now it looks like they're actually sitting on the ground. All right, what should we add next? Let's add some, like, I don't know, bushes? Could probably do that with the sphere as well. You can see when I hit 1 to go into a front orthographic, the plane disappears. It's just because it has no thickness to it. So when you're viewing it exactly from the side, you can kind of see it in this line because we're still in perspective, but it's just because there's no thickness. So you're just viewing basically a two-dimensional line when you go exactly into orthographic mode. It's still there. Okay, probably not the most convincing shrub you've ever seen, but I think it gets the job done. So I want to join these together and make it a single object, but now when I box select, it's going to select this plane as well. In order to avoid this so that this isn't joined to the plane, just deselect by clicking off of any mesh here, select only the plane, press H to hide it. You'll see it kind of goes dim here in the outliner. Now we can box select all of these. The plane will not be selected. We can choose which one we want to be our active. Let's just say this one. Press Control J and join it. And now this is one object. Let's rename it shrub. And you'll see that I've renamed the tree, and since I did that before I started duplicating it, it's maintained that name with the numbering suffix across all of these duplicates here. You can also rename this one while we're here, ground. Okay, so let's start placing some of these. Oops, with only the shrub selected. Make it a lot smaller. What you'll notice I just did is that I had duplicated this object and I moved it, and it kind of sank below in my process of moving it, but with it still lined up, if you press Shift Z to lock the Z axis, it'll snap it exactly to where it was in the Z over where your cursor currently is. So you can always select it, Shift D to duplicate, and like say you want it in front of this tree, but it's like lifting up and down off the ground, you can hit Shift Z and then move it, or you can move it and then press Shift Z to snap it back up to the plane. All right. All right, what else should we add to this scene? Maybe some rocks. Some of these trees are a little short, maybe. Can get some more dynamic differences in the sides of these. And we can also scale these whole things up by a single axis if we wanted to make it sort of a different shape. We can just, it allows us to get a lot more variation in these objects without having to actually model completely new ones. We didn't really go over this object. It's not one that I use all that often. It is a sphere, but instead of having, let me pull up a UV to show you. Oops. Instead of having these sort of square faces on it, it has triangles, and we'll get into why this matters a little bit more later on, but it just gives it a sort of different look. So I've been using the UV spheres up until now because I wanted these to be pretty smooth. But if I'm thinking like rocks, you want it to be kind of jagged. So using only the skills that we've learned so far, I think an icosphere might make a better rock. You'll notice for these rocks especially, I'm letting them just kind of stick through the ground here. And it's another good reason to have a plane is that you can use the plane essentially to hide all this stuff. So with a single rock model, we can use the transform tools to really get like a wide variety of different looks from the same, what is essentially the same piece. That trick is used a lot, especially like in games where you'll have, you don't necessarily want to model 100 different types of rock, but you may need them all to look different. Otherwise, it just looks strange in the scene. So, you make 3 or 4 rocks and you use your transforms and you clip it into the ground and the landscape meshes. So they appear to be different even though they are the same. All right, what should we do now? Add some like buildings of some sort. Add a little more interest into this. Let's make this roughly like building sized. Doesn't really want it like that. Just to make it a little bit more clear that it's like a building. We can add some more meshes to represent like windows and doors, things like that. This isn't really how I would construct a building unless I was going for this visual style really specifically, but using only adding and transforming objects, this is how you would do it. Like maybe that's a door. I'm gonna make these windows a little bit shorter. Duplicate them along the axis so they're in like a nice row. Maybe make this like that. Could put maybe the door off to the side a little, just so it's a little more dynamic looking. I feel like this window should be smaller. Probably most windows line up pretty well with doors, so they're not like crazy higher or lower. Could I scale some of these in a little bit and make them a little bit more realistically sized? Let's just delete these. Add a doorknob to this just to give it a little more definition. So I can do that by shift right clicking to put the cursor there just so it adds it in the right spot. Oops, do X 90 to flip it around this way and then scale. We're going to scale it all down the same way. That looks pretty good. Probably should be a little bit thinner. Oops, I meant to do scale shift Y to lock the length. Maybe a little bit shorter. And then just to make sure these are lined up, again, hit 3 to go into orthographic, and you can see that there's a little gap here behind it. So just grab it along the Y and move it in. And it's okay at this stage, especially if your meshes are like intersecting into one another. That's totally fine. Oops. You see my sort of zoom got all messed up there for a minute, so I pressed Shift and C to return it to sort of this default view. This door's probably a little thick. Can scale it in, move it out, move these ones back into it, and just make sure that everyone, since we don't know how to separate parts of a mesh from each other yet, just make sure everything is really where you want it before you join objects. We're going to go over how to separate like these pieces from each other once they're already joined, but that's for a future video. Right now we're just practicing adding and transforming. And you see I forgot to shade this smooth, and that's really going to bother me, so I'm just going to undo out of that until they're separated. Shade smooth, and then make sure these are placed right where you want them. It could be probably shorter and thinner. Okay, let's not focus too much on this. Get distracted. Cool. So now when we look at it, oops. And you'll notice when I have this selected, the camera sort of rotates around the whole thing. When I have a smaller piece selected, the camera is rotating around my selection. And this is something Blender does just by default. So if you're ever wondering why your camera is not rotating kind of the way you want it to, it's probably because you have something selected that shouldn't be for your purposes. Okay. Let's give these some like window like frames so that they're a little more easy to see in our scene. Shift X to make it thinner. X. Hit 1 so that we can see exactly how this is scaling. We're just going to line these edges up as best we can with these edges here. And these aren't going to be very exact because we're not actually into editing individual meshes. But again, purposes of practice and demonstration, this works just fine. But we definitely can make these more exact when we know how to do more in Blender. This nice sort of frame. So you'll see if two faces are occupied in the same space, Blender doesn't really know how to draw them. So you'll see this sort of flickering happening. This is called Z fighting. It just means that you need to offset these slightly because two objects cannot be located, I should say, in the same physical space. It just doesn't make sense. You see it down here too, but we've already scaled the top one, so let's just duplicate that across the Z axis. It's like a nice little window frame. You'll see that these aren't Z fighting anymore because I actually have this ever so slightly indented here. You can see it right here. If this were exactly, which I'm not even sure if I can place it that exactly on top, it would cause that Z fighting. But when you can still have meshes that intersect each other without that, you just need to offset them really slightly like that. A pretty good window. Okay, let's join this together by shift clicking all the parts. And then we just want to make sure that the original window is last because I want it to have this as its pivot point. You can also go inside meshes in Blender. I mean, there's nothing really in here, but you can do it. If you just rotate your camera and zoom it, you can view the inside of this building now. I'm gonna delete those because it's easier to just duplicate this. And just a quick note, you'll see that when I pop into front orthographic view, you really can't see these little panes and frames that I've added anymore. And that's just because it's having a hard time showing you in this mode because this face is perfectly flat. So it's the same principle as viewing your cube. From orthographic mode, we can no longer see the sides of it. But if you're working in like this and you've noticed that, it starts to get hard to see what you're doing, there's a really quick way that you can visualize this better. You just come up to here where these view modes live, and we'll talk a little bit more about these in the future. But right now we're in solid mode, which basically is just going to render everything here as this sort of flat gray color, which makes it sort of hard to see when you're dealing with a lot of objects that are overlapping with each other. So in order to get a little bit clearer picture, we're just going to hit the drop down here and come down here to where it says cavity and enable that. And it's a pretty slight difference, but it sort of just draws black into these inner sort of shaded areas, and it draws a white edge along these outer edges, and it just enables us to see it a little bit easier. You can also duplicate more than one object at once with just all the objects you want selected. Same thing as duplicating a single object, just press Shift-D, and then if you want to move it along a specific axis, you can do that. Shift-D, move. It's pretty cool, huh? I'm just eyeballing these placements. I'm not using any sort of exact measurements at this point. We can get like, I don't know, some like stepping stones or like a path along here. That might be kind of cool. I'm just trying to think if I should do this with an icosphere to match these rocks or a cylinder to make it more like paver stones. And this is just largely a personal choice of the design you want. Let's just stick with the icospheres. It gives it sort of a nice faceted look, whereas the cylinder tops will just look quite flat. Let's see. So this is what I'm talking about with like folders being very handy. And you can see I've already started to forget to name things here, but we're going to start organizing this scene so that we can more easily manipulate these objects as we need them. So let's make a new collection. Click, and we're going to name it like trees. We're going to put all these tree objects into it. So we can do that by finding them all here and just dragging them, or you can shift click them all to select. And then we can hit M on our keyboard to move. And we can select the collection we just made or make a new one right here. But we're good. We already made one, so we're going to put that right here. So now that all these trees are organized into one folder, if I'm trying to make like a garage door or something, like right here. So I can, you notice when I go into front orthographic, like this stuff is sort of in my way. So we're just going to temporarily hide that by going to the trees collection, and on the collection, hitting the I there, and it will just collapse all those things. So really quick, let's just make folders for all these object types. So like I mentioned before, no two objects in Blender can have the same name. The program just can't handle that. So I've just named this one window. And now if I select this one and try to name this one window and hit enter, you'll see that it automatically adds that numbering suffix for me because it recognizes that there's already a window in this scene. Oops, if I could spell. 0.002, 003, and so on. And this would have been much faster if I had named the first one properly and then just duplicated it, but I forgot to do that, so now we have to pay. Okay, now we can back to this. Now everything's named and organized, and except for some of these rocks here. Let's not call this rock, let's call this stepping stone, because that's what it is. So we can also double click and then hit Control Copy to copy this when it's highlighted. Control V, and I'll speed it up. All right, now everything's named nicely. Okay, let's get back to working on this piece. In fact, before I forget, let's just name it. I'm gonna try to make it like a garage door, which might actually make some more sense on this side. If you're thinking like design-wise, you'd want space for cars to pull in on and have this be the longest side, but I digress. It's Control 3 to be the left side. Actually, I changed my mind. We're gonna leave it right there. And these buildings look kind of plain at the moment, so we can just add a little bit more definition by adding more cubes to it. So rather than adding a new cube, because I'm going to add some like columns and things to the side just to make it a little bit more defined. So I find it's easier when something's already sort of the dimension that you want it, at least in one or two of those dimensions. It's just easier to duplicate it, move it, and then change the dimension that is not the one you want. So because it was already the correct height in the Z, by duplicating this and scaling it in the X and Y, it's now exactly the same height as this and in the right location. Oops, before we do that, let's name this like column, just just to make our lives a little bit easier. Try to line this up fairly so that this dot is sort of lined up semi-accurately with these corners. And like, you'll notice that there's still some Z fighting happening here because this is the exact same height as I just described. But you also have to think about like, how much of this are you really going to see? Is this going to be covered with more objects? Is it going to be not viewable from the camera angle? And if that's the case, it's totally fine to leave it. Oops, shift. You'll notice in Blender, which is really nice, is that if you select something and like shift select and you're like, oh, let's say I wanted this, this, and this, but I accidentally selected this and this, you can hold control, do control Z will undo your selection also. So if you're like selecting a lot of objects and then oops, you select that one, instead of having to undo it and then like reselect all of these, you can just hit undo and it will undo your latest selection so that it will maintain this selection here. It's really nice. A lot of programs don't consider selection to be, you know, an operation that way that Blender does. That's pretty good. So you'll notice that the way I'm doing these, I'm duplicating it and then I'm lining this green dot up to where I want it to be, because remembering that this is the pivot point, so this point's never going to move based on a, you know, a rotation operation or something like that. So when I rotate it by 90, it's pretty close to where I need it to be already. And then it's just about fine-tuning that placement. D and then X. It's not looking too bad. Kind of looking like, I don't know, maybe an apartment building or something. And I tend to make my models, and it depends on the scene you're working on for sure, but I tend to find it's easier to model things on the origin point because it's just sort of a default, and it makes sure you don't have any sort of wacky values in here. I find it's easier to model things and then move them, but you are totally welcome to model them in place. You'll see, you know, some of these I've been modeling in place, like the windows and whatnot. That is just a matter of personal preference. Oops, scale, shift Y. That's way too big. I'm trying to make this like a mailbox. So yeah, you'll notice when we have multiple things selected and we, even though these aren't joined, if I scale these, they're scaling together because I have them both selected. Smooth this out a bit. I'm going to bring back some of our other models just to see how it's looking. It's pretty cool. But I feel like I started out with more of a nature scene, and this building doesn't really belong there. So let's reconfigure some of these things to make it look a little bit more cohesive as a scene. You can see that because I was in an orthographic view, this tree has started to float. So we're just going to snap it down to ground by being in front orthographic. So, thinking instead of this plane, we're gonna make this a little bit different. And this is just a design thing. It's not because of anything about, you know, using Blender that is being limited. So instead of like having just a flat ground plane, because this is starting to look more like a city building and not like, you know, a small house, I think what I'm going to do is make this more like on a sidewalk and maybe have the trees just as like fewer, and then like maybe just like the little city ones you know have poking out of the ground sometimes, out of the little holes in the sidewalk. And then this is just a composition, sort of an art principle thing. Like you just tend to not want to have larger objects in the front because it's obstructing your view. So like this tree is a lot smaller than this one. So let's put this one in the back and this one in the front. It's just going to look better. And then also we want to make sure that like these aren't perfectly aligned when you're viewing it from the front, just because when you view it from the front it looks strange. So just offset it a little so you can tell that there's two trees there. Obviously, if you know the camera angle at which you're going to be viewing this at, if it's not, you know, for a game or something where it's live demoing, you know, you only have to model and make objects for that camera angle. But this is just more sort of a general model, so we're going to make sure it looks good on multiple sides. I don't think we're going to need these stepping stones, actually. Oh, we didn't finish joining our mailbox together. J for join, and rename it. Now, you'll see that the objects I've added were added outside of a collection. It's just because we weren't in a collection. We didn't have one highlighted when we added it, so it just added it to the general scene collection. You don't need to have your objects in these subfolders like this, but it's just a really handy way of organizing it. We can always move it back to the original collection. Oops. Don't worry about that. I just pressed a button on accident. We're going to go over that feature next. Oops. See, like both times I accidentally pressed Shift D and then I pressed X, but since I was in right orthographic, we don't see any movement on the X because we're looking at it from that direction. So it appeared like it wasn't doing anything, but actually it was moving it this way. So make sure, okay, so I do still have the duplicate. We're just gonna grab it on the Y, that's what we wanted to actually do. Put this back a little bit. Oops. I seem to have multiple duplicates, just delete them. Yeah, that was just from me hitting Shift D a second ago, a couple times. Make the street a little bit more narrow. It's like a shame to get rid of all these nice things that we made, so we're gonna like make maybe out here like a little green space for this apartment, a little courtyard or something. A little smaller. I'm not too worried about deleting these objects because these are all duplicates of each other, so as long as I keep one of them, I won't have to redo this work really too much at all. Again, let's put this taller one sort of in the back for sort of composition reasons. Make this one a little bit smaller. We probably don't need that one. Okay. Let's like further delineate that this is kind of a sidewalk. Oh, I do have an extra one here. Blade it. That and that. Grab forward. How many of these do I have? Jeez. Okay. Sorry. Oh, let's see, how wide is a sidewalk typically from like the front of a building? I guess it depends where you are. This isn't like a skyscraper or anything, so we're gonna give it a little bit of distance here. Oops. This is wireframe mode. We're gonna go over this in a future video. I just hit the button by accident. If you do hit this button by accident, it's controlled with Z. If you accidentally get into this mode, all you have to do is hold Z, click back over to solid. But we'll go over that more in a future video. Let's make like a fence here to delineate this green space from this sidewalk. Let's do a cube. Trying to think of how tall like a fence like this might be. I mean, I guess it depends on the fence. This is a privacy fence. It would probably be at least as high as this door. Maybe a little lower. Again, not really caring that it intersects into this because when it's not selected, you can't really tell. If you want to spend time like lining these up very perfectly, you're of course welcome to do that, but I don't think it's necessary for the purposes of demonstration. Put some windows on this side. We're going to select this row of windows, duplicate the whole thing, rotate it on the Z by 90, and it's going to rotate all of these together, which is really nice. A little time saver. We need a couple more on this side. Oops, wrong axis. I do that a lot. You'll probably notice I hit X when I mean to hit Y and vice versa because, you know, when you're rotating around a lot, sometimes you get confused about which way you're facing. But no biggie. You can just cancel it, right-clicking, and it'll drop it back where it was, and you can do it properly. Oops, just did it again there. Because in my head I have it, you know, that X is left and right, and it is, but because we're on the side of this building here, I'm now thinking as left and right is moving these this way, but really it's moving it this way. Oops, that wasn't that. I just fat fingered the keys there. Z and X are right next to each other. Let's try to line these up with these heights as best we can. And give the impression that like the floors are actually there, even though, you know, when we go inside this mesh, there's nothing inside it. Just a lot of this is trial and error. It's just because I didn't really have, you know, a specific plan for what I was going to model for this demo. I'm just kind of trying out different things and seeing what looks good. It doesn't need one. And place it, and then rotate. And then when you're in orthographic, you don't have to define the axis. It assumes, because you're in orthographic, that you are going to want to rotate around this Y here. So you just go 90 without having to press the Y axis. Pressing the Y axis is fine. It'll still function. You just don't have to in this case. So you can go into top. I like top view for placement. Just makes things easier. You can get a very clear view of what you're doing from a top-down perspective. That's pretty nice. You need like a chimney or something. A lot of roofs have like, you know, vents and things sticking out of them. So we're gonna add like some vents and things. I'm not going to worry too much about proportions on these, because this is sort of a cartoonish scene anyway with these trees, so it's okay if our proportions are a little large. Chain smooth. Let's add a little cone to the top of that. Oops. Once again, hit that by accident. Or not so much by accident, more by habit, but we haven't gone over that yet, so I will try to refrain from doing that as much as possible. I accidentally had the whole thing selected, so we're just going to undo that duplication and that selection. Make sure only that is selected. Now we can duplicate it the way we want. Let's see, let's add some like cubes for like to represent, you know, like air conditioning units and things like that. Kind of like stick out and give buildings like a more jagged profile. Let's put this one like kind of in the corner here, so it's like on the side of this building and on the top of this building. It's going to be more rectangular. It's probably a little too large. Let's scale that down and like make it a little shorter. Okay. Yeah. It definitely is starting to give more of an impression of like, you know, a modern sort of city rooftop. Let's like put one and like rotate it so it's more vertical. just to make it a little more interesting visually. Let's put some of these up on this one too. So the vents coming out of it, just to break up these shapes so they're not all identical. It's gonna look a little bit better. It's gonna look like smokestacks or something, but you get the idea. You're not really gonna think about the function of these that much when you're just looking at this piece, you know, as a whole. We need a door to get out here though. So right there, I duplicated this door in top view and moved it out so it was generally where we want it to be. But when I hit R and 90 to rotate it in the Z direction, you can see from the doorknob that it's flipped the wrong way. So in order to do that, you can just, even after you type in the value, just hit minus and it'll flip it around. Let's make these like double doors. Why not? So if I wanted to make this like a double door, I could do that by duplicating it across the Y, but we want to flip this doorknob so it's over on this side. And we can do this without having to remodel a separate door with the doorknob on the other side. We just click this and remember that it's rotated already. So we're going to hit S for scaling it. We're going to hit Y to scale it this way. And you can see if you scale it all the way in and flip it around, it's flipped around now. So this is denoted in 3D graphs by using negative values. So all you really have to do, if you want this perfectly a mirror of this one, hit scale, Y, minus 1. And that flips the doorknob around. This is looking pretty good so far. If we can add like street lights. Sounds like a good thing to have. Let's start with a cylinder. Shift Z to bring it in. And unfortunately for the keystroke capture that I have that appears down here, it doesn't tell you when it's shift. Like it doesn't say the word shift out here, but it will have it in capitals because that's, of course, how you make a capital S is to do shift. So that's what the capital versus the lowercase is. It's just the capital means I've pressed shift with that key. This needs to be taller by a pretty substantial amount. Something around that. Maybe that's a little too much. Get it from the side. Actually, let's just duplicate this. Again, I'm placing the origin of the object right here because that's where I want it to rotate around. Actually, I'm just going to hit R90, so it's exactly 90 degrees in this angle. Shift Y, make it a little bit thinner. And then if you want to quickly zoom in on any selected object, you can do so by selecting the object and hitting the period key on your numpad. You see it's right there. That will frame your selection. So you can, you know, if you're way out here and you need to get quickly, oops, you just hit period. Of course, if you do not have a numpad on your keyboard, this won't work. It won't automatically rebind even if you have emulate numpad enabled. I had to manually go and rebind this to the regular period key on my keyboard. But we went over how to change key maps. shouldn't be a problem for you. Although I guess we didn't really go over them, but all I did was go to Preferences, Key Map, type in Frame. Frame selected, numpad 0 is right there. Frame selected, you see I have it. It used to be numpad here. You just click this, you press the key you want, and it'll bind it. Anyway, resuming with this. I guess for this shape, can't really, at this stage, we can't really make nice curves or anything in this because we're just working with primitive objects, but we are, in the next video, going to learn how to edit meshes so that they're more complex shapes than this. But for now, we're just practicing moving, scaling, rotating, and adding, and joining. I'm pressing Shift-C to reset it, just to move the cursor off of it so I can see how it looks a little bit easier. Might that be one for print? So remember to scale this along the local. So if I wanted to make this end here and here, I'm just trying to make it shorter, but I'm not really trying to change anything else. So just a reminder, hit scale and then double tap Y. Oops, I mean double tap, of course, Z, and it will scale it along its Z axis. And just remembering, fix our shading before we join them, because at this stage, we wouldn't know how to go in and fix it after the fact. That's not bad. That's pretty street light looking. Control J to join. Now, you might get some errors in your shading when you join objects. We're going to go over this type of stuff more later, but if this pops up like this, it's because I scaled these objects and I've joined it to an object that has a non-uniform scale. So its scale is 0.091 and 0.091 in the X and Y, and the Z value is 2.44, which is throwing off the way Blender shades this. So to fix this, yes, that will fix it. So click on the object, and then you're going to hit Control A to bring up this Apply menu. Go ahead and click Scale. We're going to go over more why that works in a future video, but for now, just know that if you have that wacky shading happening after you join an object, it's because your scale is not uniform, and Blender really doesn't like that. So you can see that after I join it, or I'm sorry, after I apply it, not that, it has 0.091 here, Control A, scale, and now everything's set to 1, but the object itself hasn't changed. All right, let's continue with this. We'll make them as even as we can, but don't stress too much about placement of things. Again, don't stress too much about anything at this stage. We're just starting out, and we're going to learn how to do a lot more complex stuff and get things a lot more exact. Oops. Of course, on the Y. Of course, I didn't rename any of these. My bad. F2 to rename, Control V, copy, paste. 2, Control V, paste. let's rename this one to street while we're here because it's not really the sidewalk. Just rotate around the Z 180 by going into top R 180. And actually, if we wanted to maintain this exact distance between them, instead of duplicating one, we're just going to duplicate them all. The same way we did with the windows. Place it R180. And because this distance and this distance are not equal, and it's flipped the whole thing around, it is shifted over, but we can, no biggie, just shift it a little bit back so they're more lined up. Cool. Probably need like a car or something in this scene. And actually, let's just shift this whole thing over so that the center of the street is the center of the world. No real reason. I think it looks a little bit neater. And, you know, when you start to get a lot of objects in your scene, staying neat can be pretty critical. Now, this car is not going to be a total masterpiece, just because a car is the shape of a car is just much more complex than we're able to do at this stage, but we're going to get a rough idea of it. It's RX90 to rotate it 90 degrees in the X. Let's place them a little better and then scale them so they're the right size. I'm going to leave this flat shading on here just because object shading is going to make it look, well, it actually looks okay, but we're still going to leave it at flat. Not too bad, considering that all we're doing is adding and not editing any of these. Maybe the world's a little thin, but it's fine. So I'm selecting these, keeping in mind that I want to select this body of the car last because I want to maintain this point here as its pivot. And then just hit Control J. And now we have this as one object, which we can rename to car. I'm just going to go through some of these unnamed objects really quick and make sure that we name them, just to keep good habits. All this vent 01. And we'll call this one vent 02. And then the ones that are based off of these same shapes, I'm just going to keep these the same names. So all the cube ones are going to be vent 01. And these ones with the little cone on top can be vent 02, which we only have one of right now, but we can add more if we like. And let's call anything that's like a cylinder with no cone, we'll call that vent 03. Control C to copy, F2, Control V for all of them to quickly rename. All right, this is starting to look halfway decent. Let's do these cars. Well, we don't drive in the middle of the road. Or we can even have them like, maybe like they're parked on the side. That's fun. Maybe we want one to be like a, like an SUV, so we don't want, you know, this trunk action happening. So easy to do. Same principle, adding a cube. And actually, I'm going to clear the transformation on one of these by pressing Alt-G. And so it's on top of the cube I've just added. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want to make sure that these two different types of cars I'm going to make it scaled appropriately. But see, it's getting a little busy. So let's really quickly, before we start making this next thing, let's do a new collection. Call this like street. And we're going to add all these objects that are blocking my view of what I'm doing. And press M and move them to street. So now if I hide the whole collection, oh, a rogue rock. It's just a little bit easier to see. So for like an SUV, we want it to be a little bit bigger than our initial, or our first car, which is more like a sedan, yes. A little bit bigger, maybe not quite that tall, a little extreme. And then we can also move this back in the Y so that it's not quite overlapping and we can still see it in perspective mode, but then when we go to orthographic, it's still lined up because we've only moved it in this one direction, which we're viewing it straight on. So yeah, maybe just ever so slightly smaller. And then we need to add like the hood part. So we're going to add another cube. Scale it. Make sure that it's scaled appropriately to the width of the car so that they match. And normally you wouldn't make an object like this using two primitives, so you wouldn't have to worry so much about like this inset, but we are just practicing the skills we learned, so it is best to just do it this way. Make these tires even a little thicker. And line them up as best we can. Duplicate, select both, duplicate along the Y. Okay, not a masterpiece again, but it certainly gives the impression of like a larger vehicle. So we're gonna select all of the parts that make it up. Select the main part of the car to maintain this pivot. Control J. And rename it car 02, just to keep it simple. Which means this is a car, but this is going to be car 01 now because we have more than one kind. That's just how I tend to name things. It's not really any sort of absolute naming convention. It depends what you're working on, you know, the target platform for it and all that. So, and we can have, let's see, have these ones on this side because I am American and we drive on the right side of the road. So you'll see these going this way. All right, not too shabby so far. I'm not totally in love with this as a garage, so let's delete that and just make some more windows here because I think it's gonna look better. Yeah, it looks better. It's like a nice, and again, if you want to put windows on every side of this and, you know, fix up some of these things in the back, you totally do that. It depends, you know, what you're going to end up using these models for. So like if you're 3D printing something like this, you definitely want to make sure it looked good at all sides because it's going to print all sides and you're going to be able to see all sides of it. Similarly, if this were for like a video game, like a scene, like an environment, and, you know, if your character could get around to the back of these buildings, you want to make sure that these are finished. But if this is just going to be rendered as a still image, you can just leave it. We'll never see it. We'll never know. We need like maybe a little shop right here or something, because this kind of looks, you know, this has smaller windows, so it looks more like a residence, whereas like a shop would have like large windows where you could see displays and stuff. So let's make a shop across the street. Why not? We'll get crazy and make a cafe or something. That sounds fun. This roughly building size based on these buildings. Now, a little note about like scale and things. Because I'm not porting this to anything, you know, this is just a standalone piece. I'm not too worried about how it is scaled as far as the real world goes. Because right now, this building is 11 meters, which is actually probably pretty accurate to world scale. Maybe not exactly. The door is about 2 meters tall. That's pretty accurate. You know, but this whole scene could be any size. It could be, you know, this big, and it would still look fine because the scale is only relative to everything else in the scene. So if you're thinking about the scale of the scene as I have set it up, here's a door. Person would be this big. And then this would be a 1-story building, would be about, let's see how large that is by lining up our cube to it. Let's be a little bit bigger in the end, in the Z. So that's about 1 story. It's just above these windows, like halfway between these two windows, and which is currently 4.88 meters. I don't know how accurate that is. Probably not very, but you want to keep that in mind when making like multiple buildings and stuff. You know, if you've established in this building that this is the height of a 2-story building, you know, if you have it wildly different on the other side of the street here, and the windows are all wacky and not lined up, it's just going to look strange. It's going to sort of break the realism. Not that there's a lot of realism going on in this scene, but, you know, even things that are stylized, you know, look like cartoons, there's an internal consistency about them that makes us suspend our disbelief in a way that, you know, when you break it, it just looks wrong. So this is about a 2-story building here, based on what I've already modeled. Which means that these cars are probably like wildly inaccurate. These are probably way too big. Those are just things you want to keep in mind. Like, these cars are gigantic, actually. So let's scale these down to something more specific. A person is about the height of this door, right? A little less. The car's lower to the ground, though, right? So you want to like, you can check these by putting these objects really quite, you know, close next to each other. So like a sitting person in this vehicle would be actually suspended pretty high up. And, you know, when you think about standing next to a car and like looking in the windows, you're looking down. So these actually need to be smaller. And again, we're not going for, you know, exact measurements or anything like that here, but these cars are actually, I don't know, what's the opposite of a clown car? Have some of these parked along the streets. They're at irregular intervals, so it looks semi-realistic. So that's a sedan. You want to make the height of, like, if you're looking in the window of an SUV, you're pretty much looking at eye level. I mean, depending on the car, but roughly. So eye level is probably about here. It's probably about like that. You'll have this guy sort of driving in the middle, not parked. So he'll be a little bit more towards the center. You can have some of these guys driving as well. And duplicate some of these. Make sure you rotate around so they don't get a parking ticket. You can have some of these. These ones the direction doesn't matter as much because you can't, with this level of detail, you can't really tell what the front and the back is, obviously. So we can just duplicate these ones and make sure they're kind of set in the right place, as if they were driving along this street. Adds a little bit of motion to your scenes, makes them a little bit more dynamic. Add some more parked vehicles on the other side. Some of these, maybe one of these over here. Okay, so, I mean, you get it. It's a street. We could put like a little median even in it if we wanted to. Actually, why not? And this is our creation. We can add whatever we like. Oops. X. If the grid is distracting you, if you've started building sort of under it like I have, you can turn it off, or the visibility of it, I should say. You can come up here where it says show overlays and click this drop down. You can turn off the floor. We'll turn off the grid. The lines will still be there. If you want to turn those off, you just select the axes that you wish to be drawn onto the screen. I'm going to leave it on because I like to have the grid as just sort of like a reference to like where my floor is and how big my scale is. I'm just going to select everything in this scene by hitting A. And I'm going to come into either front or right orthographic view. It doesn't matter, but you'll see that the street, because of the sidewalk, dips down and the grid is being rendered over it, which is bugging me, but I don't want to get rid of it entirely. So I'm just going to grab everything again by pressing A for all, G, Z, and I'm just going to move it so the street is above the grid line here. So now we still can see our grid, but it's not being rendered over our street. So we just get a little bit clearer picture of what our scene actually looks like. Okay, back to this side of the street. Do we have like some fences here? Looks pretty good. And the reason I'm duplicating from over here instead of right here is, I guess just because it's already rotated the way I want it. So in my mind, it's fewer operations if I just have to move it and scale it and not move, scale, and rotate it. Leave like a, make sure this is lined up, and leave like a little gap in this fence where like people could come in and walk in here. Yeah, I think I'm going to do it that way. We have our double doors here. Let's make this one object because we still have our single door, so we don't have to remodel it if we want to use a single door. We'll duplicate it from here if we want a single door and here if we want a double door. So select both of these. And this selection order doesn't matter much because, I mean, it does matter. It's going to put your pivot here or here depending on what you have selected, but I don't think either is necessarily preferable in this case. So just any way you do it, Control J to join it. And now top mode, you can see we still have it highlighted through the mesh, which is nice because we can see what we're doing. S. I'm going to do Shift D. We're going to drag it all the way over. Let's put the doors over here. 90 minus. That's pretty cool. Okay, so now we need to make, we want this to be like a cafe or a shop. Let's make this have some, it can have the small windows up top. You'll notice that most buildings do, but let's have some like larger display type windows here. So I'm gonna model these from scratch. And actually, because the scene is getting kind of busy, let's remember to rename everything nice. Median. Oops. Median. And put that in street. Let's put the cars in the street as street folder, I should say, as well, just because that makes sense to me. Street. How you organize these objects into folders is really up to you. I'm kind of doing it by sort of by object type, but also kind of by location. If you do it by location, like if you select everything, you know, in this back side of the street and put it in its own folder, you can quickly toggle this entire side on and off, which makes, you know, working with this side a little bit easier, but it's up to you. Whatever you find is most effective and quickest when you're modeling. Okay, so let's turn off the street, turn off. And now that this scene is kind of pivoted away from the sort of more nature scene that I've started with, it probably doesn't make sense to have like the trees, the shrubs, and the rocks all separate. At least it doesn't to me. Again, you can make it however you want. Oh, and you'll see that because I had this selected, when I clicked add new collection, it added it as a sub collection. So you can definitely have folders within folders. That's no problem. But if you want to get it out, just drag it back up to the whole scene collection. So now I have this duplicate that says shrubs one. Let's just call this one, I don't know, nature. And then I have one rock. Yeah, that's really unnecessary to have a whole collection for a single rock. To delete a collection, just press delete. And then if you delete a collection that has objects still in it, Blender by default won't delete those objects. It will just delete the collection and it will move these objects into the scene collection. So if I press delete, you'll see that these are still down here. If you wanted to delete everything that was in a collection, you can do that without, you know, individually selecting them. You can select the collection, right click, and click delete hierarchy, and that will actually delete the objects from the scene. Okay, so now we have our nature in one folder, our street in the other. Let's call this one sort of building, I don't know, building one. Not very creative, I know. So right now these things are still in building one. So we're just going to move and make a new collection, not within building one. We're going to call it building 2. And we're going to just select all the things over here. Building 2. So now if I hide that, hide the nature, hide the street, I'm just left with this, which makes it pretty easy to work with, although having this might be nice. Anyway, you can move things around as you work, whatever works for you. So hitting 1 to go into orthographic goes into the global front orthographic. So we're actually viewing the back of this building because it's rotated away from the front view. So again, just press Control and 1 and we'll see the front of this building, even though it is the back of the world space. This is a little off. Some little adjustments there. Okay, so now let's make our like store windows. Let's set the cursor right here. And kind of the same way as we made the other ones, but just a different size, a different shape. We'll see, I'll probably hit 1 on accident a lot because I'm so used to snapping into the front, but we actually want to be snapping into the back. gonna look better if we have like, oops, not delete, Shift D and then X. We have a couple right there. And right there. Again, a lot of this is just trial and error. You know, you add a thing, see if it looks good. If it doesn't, you rework it. Actually, I don't know why I duplicated these already. I'm gonna add more detail to this window before I place them. So let's just start with this one. So I didn't move my 3D cursor, so it added this over here, but it's fine. Just move it. And we'll make these both a little bit shorter. So select them both. Scale. Z for Z. There we go. This frame looks really nice, but let's push it back a little so it's more in line with the window itself. And this window can be a lot thinner. This would be like the glass part of the window, right? So you'd want it to be pretty thin. Debating whether we should put some like vertical panes just to give this really just more visual interest than it has. Let's try it out and see how it looks. And these aren't have to be super accurate. Oops. Just selecting all the panes and then selecting the sort of glass part, LJ, just to maintain that. Okay, it's not looking too bad. Let's bring back some of our things. Okay, cool. Let's, before we forget, we're gonna name, oops, caps lock was on, name this shop window to differentiate it from the other windows. Shift D and X, oops, can't see what I'm doing. So if you duplicate something with Shift D and you right click and drop it, it doesn't cancel the duplicate operation, it only cancels the movement part of it. So that duplicate is still there, it's just on top of the original. So if I hit G and then X and move it out, you'll see the original is still there, and there's my duplicate. So just keep that in mind. You know, if you're undoing a lot and dropping a lot of selections, you might end up with some duplicates, which will maybe cause some frustration for you. I don't know. All right, cool. It's like a shop window. I'm gonna just hide building 01 because I keep getting in the way when I look at it from more of a street angle. And we can I mentioned before, like we can have subfolders, so we can have this whole thing be street. We can right click on it, add a new collection. It'll start here as street. It'll be whatever this name is plus the number suffix. So if we wanted to have the cars in their own folder within the street folder, we can make that folder, name it, select all the cars, move them to street, and now you'll get this little pop-out window that has, now do you want it in the base folder or do you want it in the subfolder you just made? And we want it in the subfolder. So now we can have the street on and just turn the cars off. Same thing with the street lights. Let's do that again because it'll make our scene a little bit easier to look around in. All the street lights. Select the street lights. You can also drag and drop them and move them that way. And then we can turn just the street lights off, but we still have the street folder on. Cool. I'm gonna make little make this like a cafe, you know? So we need a door that goes out from the building onto this patio. So like this would be the interior part with the seating. I don't know, maybe the kitchen's back here. I haven't really planned out that much, but you know, when viewing it from the outside, you know, you want to make sure you have doors to places that people need to access, because it will just look wrong if you don't. And okay, so if this is like your outdoor dining area, we're gonna like place little tables in here. So let's do that. I'm gonna reset my orientation. I'm gonna turn off the street entirely, and I'm just gonna, and the nature. I'm just gonna build this. Actually, I'm just gonna turn off everything because it's in my way. I'm just gonna build a little table, maybe like a round one. And I'm not worried about the scale right now because I can, as long as the proportions are correct, I can scale it up and down when I'm placing it. Actually, let's do that with another cylinder, not a cube. I just want this, this red line, the x-axis, is just going to act as my ground plane here as a reference for when I'm modeling. So I'm trying to line it up as if this were the ground. I did that really fast. It was just selecting these, Shift-D to duplicate, R for rotate, Z for the Z-axis, and then 90 to flip it exactly 90 degrees, which leaves us with these two. That's pretty good. So if you have a table, we need a chair. But first, actually, let's join these objects, making sure the active one is where we want the pivot. Rename it table. And now we can do a chair. Move this aside a little bit because it's going to add our new objects right here where the 3D cursor is. We're going to make a chair out of a cube. So, oh, that's a little off, which is probably going to bug me, but it should be fine. I don't think you're going to notice when you're looking at the whole scene, but obviously if yours is off and you want it to be exact, just make sure it's exact before everything is where you want it before you join this object together. I'm just using a combination of scale on the Z and grab on the Z to get these legs placed correctly. Or at least this one. And then once this one is placed where I want it, duplicate it along one axis at a time. Duplicate both of these at once. And we have little legs for our chair. That's pretty good. Maybe it's a little wide though, so scale that in and then grab for these ones to move them in a little bit. That's better. I mean, if you think about a person sitting here, you need clearance for their legs. Maybe it's a little short, so we can just select these two and grab Z to move them up. And then delete these because it's quicker, I think, to get one in the scale and proportions you want it, and then just duplicate it. That's better. All right. Join all these. Rename choose share. Okay, so if we unhide the rest of our scene now, or at least most of it. Where'd our table go? There it is. It's sort of sunk down into the street, so because that's where the origin of the world is. So we're just going to place it the way we've been placing everything else. G key, moving it up. And then once again, just check the scale of it by placing these next to like a door. A door is a great reference for scale because everyone knows how big doors typically are. That looks about right. Maybe a little small. You just scale these up a little bit. So Shift Z so it doesn't lift off the ground because it's where I want it in the up and down direction. And let's go into top view. This is our chair. Just select it, rotate it to place more chairs around. And for this, I really recommend that you don't place things like at exact angles because that's just not how things are placed in real life. Nothing is really that exact. So it looks a little bit more natural when you have these things slightly off of like, you know, exact 90-degree rotations. Okay, so let's select these objects, Shift D, and then Shift Z. You can rotate them around their Z axis to give them some different configurations. Maybe delete one of these. Oops. Delete one of these. Let's put this one, grab Shift Z back in this corner, rotate Z. You could definitely join these objects together. Objects do not have to be touching to be joined. I'm just not doing that here because I want to be able to vary the amount of chairs that are sort of at each table. And if they're joined, I won't be able to do that. Okay. Let's put this door 90 and then minus to flip it. Let's put this door actually in this corner because I think it makes more sense. Same thing with rotating on an axis. You don't have to select the axis you want to rotate on before you select how much you want to rotate it. So like with all those selected, you'll say I hit R and then 90 and it flipped it in kind of this funky way because I'm not in an orthographic viewport, I'm in a user, and it's trying to interpret how to flip it 90 degrees based on my camera angle. But obviously I don't want that, so I can hit R and 90, and then before I click to confirm, if I just hit Z, it'll snap it to the axis. The same way it would if you hit Z before you entered 90. Okay, that's on the ground. Yeah, not too bad. Maybe we want like some awnings or something along here. Place a cursor. Let's do it with I think cube is the best shape in this scenario. You see this is the inside, but I'm just trying to line it up. I mean, I guess I should probably just go into right orthographic to make it exact. If you just line it up manually, even if it's like pretty close, because it's still in perspective, you're gonna get like some wonky rotations, which are more apparent the more you do it. So either lock the axis by clicking X, Y, or Z on your keyboard, or go into an orthographic mode where it's, you know, the way you can see it and rotate it that way. Some more of these along here. That's pretty good. Let's put like, of course, forgot to rename them. copy the name, F2, paste. The F2 also works even if you're not in the viewport, even if you're hovering over the outliner, you can hit F2 and it'll pull up the input right here. So Blender knows where your cursor is, and it just won't pull up that box here. It'll just use this one here. There'd probably be like a sign over the door. So because I'm going to use a cube for the sign, I'm just going to duplicate it from this awning because it's roughly already the right size. Roughly. I mean, it's closer to the right size than a default cube would be. You can imagine if, you had a texture on it, it would have, the sign. I'm just going to finish this up by putting some of these, these column type things around this one, just because buildings in the real world don't really just come to these exact things. There's lots of trim and details, things that you probably don't even really notice just day to day, but when they're not there, it looks very strange. I'm just using these sort of lines as a guide for where these get placed, and then checking them in perspective mode to make sure they're actually where I want them. So we're getting a bit of Z fighting with this wall, so to solve that, we're just gonna grab that, pull this ever so slightly out, and scale this one ever so slightly out so that we don't get that flickering, awful flickering work. Check this wall. No Z fighting, looks good. Well, a little bit of Z fighting. Let's fix that really quick. Okay. And you just continue with that same process. And this, since it continues, can even just be one piece. So we can move it over. Oops. Scale on the X. Because these line up, or they're supposed to line up. You can see you can take your time with this and get really exact if you chose to. It's just kind of a matter of patience and trial and error. So when you duplicate these objects that are already in a folder, by default, the duplicates that you make are going to stay in that same folder. So even though this window is part of building 2, because we duplicated it from building 1, you'll see that this window is in that folder. So just remember to try to stay organized, move your objects around. I think, did we move this one even? Yeah, so just make sure as you're going along to move things around and put them in the folders that they need to be in. Let's kind of line this up at the top of the door roughly. trying to fix some of this Z fighting here by nudging these in ever so slightly. And again, it doesn't really matter if these are flush with this ground or coming through it a little bit. For the purposes of this piece, that's not an issue. I'm going to use one right here to cover this sort of line that separates these two cubes. I'm going to keep it roughly in line with this so if you're looking at it from this angle, it doesn't look totally wacky. You can line it up more exactly. And then this just needs to be a little bit wider to line up with this actually. You know, for most of these things, you can have these be exactly the same width and height and things like that. And if you were doing, you know, architectural visualization, which you can totally do in Blender, you know, obviously you'd want those values to be exact and to scale with the real world. But this is just kind of more of an art scene. So we're not going to worry too much about exact measurements. Not too bad. Pull that out so it's a little more defined right there. And then let's see what we can do. We can scale this down so it's ever so slightly. Just to avoid that awful flickering. I'm actually going to move this in because I think it looks so funny. Sticking out and making sort of all these corners like that. Okay. Let's bring back everything. Just take a look at it. You can also hide things by checking this check mark. The difference is that if you rendered this image, it would also not appear if you didn't have this check mark tick, but we'll get to that and what that means more later. For now, just use the eyes. Looks pretty good. So you can see that even with the most basic tools of Blender, like we didn't actually edit any of these meshes in the most strict sense. All we did was add objects, move, scale, rotate them, and join them together. We got this like fairly complex scene just with those. So I'm going to wrap up the demonstration here. I think you get the idea, and you can see that, you know, it's just really a matter of patience, of trial and error. You can get some really intricate things, even with those simple functions. And in the next video, we're going to be covering more complex functions, how to edit these meshes to get shapes other than, you know, these primitive cubes, spheres, cones, and things like that. So that's it for this one, and we'll see you in the next video.
Hi there! Congratulations on completing this free 4-hour Blender Essentials course. It's a pretty great achievement, and I hope that you have enjoyed it. You are now ready to get started on creating some incredible 3D designs. If you would like to uncover all the hidden tips and tricks of working with Blender and creating 3D characters and environments, head over to Skilledemia.com. The Beginner to Advanced course consists of many more hours of exercises, demos, and projects which will turn you into a pro in no time. You'll be able to learn all about mesh modeling and editing, sculpting, 3D texture painting, and rendering. In addition, you will get extended knowledge on character design and 3D environment creation, all while working on different projects with the instructor. If this sounds like something you're interested in, go check it out. Thank you for watching and see you soon.